have a structured process of collecting information, making sure we understand the voice of industry. That's ultimately what it's all about. We say it regularly, but it is important that we are driving our activity based on what our membership, so we're a membership-driven organization, but what the membership needs, whether they're in aerospace, automotive, whatever their industry might look like. We need to understand what their needs are, what requirements we need to develop the technology against. And ultimately, we do that. We've collected information in the form of different roadmaps. So we have a technology development roadmap. We have an education and workforce development roadmap. So as tech has matured, and we've been at this for 10 years now at the Institute, tech has matured to the point where people are starting to pay more attention to it. If we're all honest with ourselves, we're to the point where more people need to be trained, which is really exciting. And we're now even moving a little bit past that, I would say, where we're seeing the need for a community. I'm looking out at literally tens of thousands of people. Our community is much smaller, in additive manufacturing, but it doesn't have to be. So I think that's where, getting back to your question of strategic, our strategic approach to this, it is about building out ecosystems on additive and more importantly, quit talking about it as additive and start folding in how does additive fit into the greater ecosystem, which is manufacturing.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And education has really been, I think, one continuous stream of conversation that I've had here at IMTS, but also that some other organizations are having. We talked about apprenticeship programs. We talked about how do we as EOS scale our Additive Minds Academy, which offers a lot of e-learnings and in-person trainings, but also how do we collaborate within the manufacturing industry as a whole to really bring new talent into the manufacturing industry. And I think one interesting comment that one person made was additive is that shiny coin of manufacturing that can actually attract not only people into the additive manufacturing industry, but into the manufacturing industry as a whole. How can we as additive manufacturing work together with conventional manufacturing better to push that?
Yeah, it's a fantastic question. Don't know if we an answer. I think we're trying, collectively trying a number of different things. If you haven't been down there, I'm assuming you have, but go down to the student summit that's taking place in the basement. I mean, it's fantastic. But through that, I talked to a number of different folks, different approaches that they're taking. We have work that we're doing. We adopted this notion of K through grade. So how do we get people really early in education, while recognizing that many people who might be walking around right now might not be doing what they're doing today in 10 years. And the question is where, it's not that additive is necessarily going to disrupt that or take that, tasking over, but it's about that continuous learning approach. So I think the key really is, and we literally have just started talking about this at the Institute, is to almost stop talking about it so directly as additive manufacturing, because we feels like we tend to concentrate on it to the point that people hear it and think that's not what I do. I don't do that, so I don't pay attention to that.
Okay, that makes sense.
And what we're wanting to do is get more people engaged and aware ultimately, and then as that happens, hopefully that starts to snowball and you see more and more adoption. Literally just, again, had this conversation. We had the fortune of hosting the governor of Ohio on Tuesday. That's why I was late coming into the show.
Okay.
And they asked the question of, it's great, what you're doing is fantastic. Ultimately, how do we do more of it? And it wasn't about how do we do more of it. What are you doing to get this to the folks that are here? I mean, if we want to be honest with ourselves, it's the general population that is here.
Exactly.
Don't understand it, don't know where it fits in, and I don't know if we're talking about it the right way. So I think that's a challenge back to our industry of how do we as a technology get more connected to these conventional folks. It's not about, is additive going to displace conventional machining? We all understand that it's all part, even when we produce things additively, it's a step or 2 or 3 in the overall value chain of that product being developed. So we still need many of these different manufacturing types.
Yeah.
So I think that conversation has to evolve. So
Couldn't agree more. And we just had Rich Stump here, who's the co-founder and CCO of Fathom, and they take a very similar approach, right? They're not only an additive bridge manufacturing technologies to combine in order to get to the best outcome possible and the most economic outcome, of course, as well. So they play that card pretty well, and I think that story needs to be told more, and hopefully it can encourage other organizations to take that leap and step into adopting a technology that can really help them to distinguish themselves in the market as well.
Couldn't agree more. I think it's something where, and we like you get a lot of questions. Obviously, you have a role of where you're trying to get the technology out. We're trying to broadly get the technology out and get it adopted. And you regularly get the question from the point of view of when is this going to, and then it's usually take this over, or disrupt this, or be able to do that, or the next thing.
Yeah.
And it's not. I mean, nothing out here is. Very few manufacturing processes are standalone. So why are we different? And I think ultimately we're starting to realize. I had a couple of really good conversations with some of the additive manufacturers yesterday. So I finally got some time to get over there yesterday afternoon, and was talking to them about what do you think of the show? How is this show? How does it compare to others? And the most interesting thing I heard was one of them said, the people that I'm talking to here have customers. So they're coming to me with an understanding of mine of a customer base that I have. And when you have customers, you understand their problems. And you also understand the types, the diversity of their product and how they approach those things. So you can start to, and if they're effective in that relationship and they have a strong relationship, they probably have a good understanding of what that end use or end customer ultimately needs. So they're going to be able to figure out how to implement additive. They don't know what additive is, maybe, or maybe they do, or maybe they don't. Mm-hmm. It's just a very different situation than we see in a lot of our interactions, where we're, a lot of what we do, admittedly, we're here to bridge the valley to try to get technology to the point where it is matured enough that it can be adopted. So we're always going to talk a lot about qualification and certification, and how do we create a data set that is, statistically significant enough that it matters. These people, they care, but that has to already have been figured out before they're going to actually, for the most part, actually adopt it. So
sure. Yeah, it's interesting because ultimately that means, yes, the technology will continue to mature, as every technology does, but it is already at a level where it's mature enough for a lot of organizations and companies and founders and operators to really understand that it can be a solution to some of their challenges. And that's an interesting approach that you mentioned. The people who come here have customers, and most likely they are faced with challenges that sometimes conventional manufacturing faces. And here, opening up that mindset and thinking differently about how to manufacture certain applications by new technologies such as additive manufacturing is already a good sign that people are really thinking about it as an additional tool in their tool belt.
Yep. No, absolutely. It continues. I've had this thought in my head we've at the Institute talked about it kind of this way for a while now, probably the last year or two, just because there's so much conversation around how do we get out and get connected to more. It's ultimately a really small group of people who have a really good understanding of how to use additive today. Within your organization, obviously, it's kind of at the center of what your team does in figuring out how to take your knowledge base and get it disseminated out to a customer base that can take advantage of it. Correct. And I was talking to a group, or actually a gentleman at a consultancy or a consultant company, and I've ripped off this phrase from him, who I think he took from somebody else, but it's the concept is the future is now, but it's not well distributed. And the idea is you and I know how to do many things with the technology. We know where it fits for tooling. We know where it fits for, what are probably basic applications in our mind because we did it 7, 8, 10 years ago in some cases. That doesn't mean that it's not important, and I think it also, we tend to forget, or I won't speak for you, but I think from our point of view, because we're a research-centric organization, or have been for years, we move on to the next challenge. We solve a problem and then move on to the next problem. And what we've seen is, as the tech has matured to the point where we now need a workforce, so that's a new problem that's kind of bubbled up. And as that is coming together, we're realizing there's just not a supply chain that exists in an ecosystem that we're able to take advantage of. Yeah. And it goes back to this, the future's now. It's here. We know how to do it. You know how to do it. Yeah. You could go talk to any person in here and help them with their problem, or figure out whether additive fits or not. Yeah. But you can't do that. You can't talk to 100,000 people. We can't get the information distributed. Yeah. We're not getting it distributed fast enough right now. So I think that's something we're taking on, or I don't say we're taking it on. I don't know what we're going to do about it, but I think we're realizing it is this challenge that in our geographic area, even if you put a pin in the map where you live or I live, the number of people who understand it, the future, is very small.
That is very true. And also something I've been thinking about for a while is, how do we scale that knowledge, in a way where the right knowledge and the right experience gets to the right people, and they understand how to use that in order to advance their own organization. And there's definitely a journey that we're going towards, and you're going towards, and I think we're going towards also together. Mm-hmm. And all we can do is try and push it and push it and push it. One thing I do think is interesting about especially America Makes is that you guys were founded before there was a big push of bringing manufacturing back into the United States. And today that's on top of everybody's mind. And if you hear politicians talk, that is one of the main items that they mention, bring up manufacturing back to America. And what's unique about you guys is that you're in Youngstown, Ohio, a fairly small community, and you've already brought manufacturing back into that community that is growing, and there's cutting edge technology being developed in Youngstown. What does additive manufacturing mean for small communities that may have even lost manufacturing over the past decades? What does that mean?
Yeah, I think it's something that we all realize the constraints of a variety of supply chains over the last couple of years, and continue to deal with it, and it's evolved into new and different problems for a variety of different reasons. And one of the main concepts that I think I realized as we came through this, and we all talked about, is distributed manufacturing. It's something you could walk around here or plenty of conferences, and people will have been talking about distributed manufacturing. I don't know that we very effectively ever demonstrated it until this last couple of years. So one, we've got this great use case for it works. Yep. Additive is proven to be a solution where it works. And for, depending on a variety of situations, it may work in a scenario where you wouldn't typically do it. And if you start to think about distributing manufacturing, I think that's where it fits into this, more localized approach to manufacturing. Whether, what we make with it and how we do it, I think is still a challenge. Last night at dinner, actually, we were having this conversation, and the one thing our organization struggled with in the response to the pandemic, and even here more recently, we got some requests for, there's this problem because of this particular natural disaster. How do you help? Mm-hmm. And whether it's a demand signal like that, or it's a demand signal because we can't get enough of something where I need it, demand signal has been one of our biggest problems. I mean, it continues to be challenging because what's coupled directly with that is enough data for a business owner to make a decision. And if they don't have it, whether that means investing in equipment or new technology, or putting their neck on the line, hoping that something is going to pay off, there's not too many people who are in the position to do that. So to me, one of the big opportunities or keys that we need to figure out is how do we better understand demand. And that, I mean, that's a big problem because it, you know, you could look at it 1,000 different ways. But
sure. And I mean, it's interesting that you say that, because on the one hand, additive manufacturing allows for on-demand manufacturing. So having to plan annual demands far out in the future is not as critical as with a tool that is very fixed and is not as flexible as additive manufacturing. But of course, for a small shop owner, not knowing the demand means not being able to confidently put together a business case that justifies an investment. So that is a very interesting point.
Yeah, and I think it's something we see as we think of adoption and we think of getting suppliers developed. I came from a conventional manufacturing background.
Yeah.
You know, I'm very familiar with making many parts repeatably, and there are, I mean, I think it's one of the strengths of, I mean, many parts of the world, but it's absolutely a strength of the U.S., our ability to manufacture. So we know how to do it. I mean, it's one of the things I'm most excited about, honestly, and coming to something like this is we're, you know, it feels like we're on the edge, you know, so it's gonna connect.
Yeah.
And at that point, you know, you won't be able to stop it. And we'll stop worrying about how big how much a GDP is coming out of this, or how much did the market grow here or there. It's just going to be, I mean, I often forget when you walk through some of the halls, all of the different processes that are represented here. You know, I came from a tool and die background, so I had folks who worked for me that, you know, just worked on grinders all day, every day. You know, I walk through some of there. I'm like, what could you possibly use this thing for? That's as big as, you know, a 5-foot diameter disc. Like, what is that for? But we'll stop talking about, you know, additive and trying to figure it all out, because it's just going to be adopted and people are going to get it. And I think it's going to take this community to do that in order for us to really get there. And then at the same time, you know, our organizations will be pushing the envelope on what it can do, which means when we start to think about, you know, we'll get away from our current world of direct part replacement and things like that aren't probably the best use case for the technology, and start really thinking about how do we design and take advantage of the capabilities. So maybe it's not, you know, 1, 2, or 3 processes of the value chain, and it actually replaces 10 of the 15 or 20 that it takes to make something, because we understand, you know, just the capability of our systems and materials and surface finishes, and use them to our advantage where it makes sense, and design for them where we have to deal with it. So we'll keep pushing that while hopefully it gets pulled from the other side.
Yeah, and I think, you know, you wrapped it up perfectly. It does feel like we're right on the edge, right? We're all of a sudden, we have all major organizations have invested into additive manufacturing. They're developing applications, and they are now thinking about how do we push these parts into the supply chain. And once they push further and further into the supply chain, there will be also a natural growth of organizations that will take that opportunity. There will be known demand, as you mentioned a second ago, that helps people to justify the investments. And yeah, I think, you know, the role that America plays here is very crucial in order to educate the market, in order to bring the industry together, in order to jointly push R&D and developments further to continuously mature the technology. So I want to thank you for all the work that you do at America Makes, and also for being here and sharing your experience and your knowledge with the rest of the IMTS community. And yeah, thank you out there for watching our interview here at IMTS Plus and at the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. My name is Fabian Alefeld, the host of Additive Snack, and this is John Wozinski, the Executive Director of America Makes.
Thank you, sir.
let's go boom. Boom, 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 let's go boom. Let's go boom. Let's go boom. Boom.
All right, once again, welcome to the IMTS, I dropped off the S, Creators Lounge. And you guys are out here. This has been a fabulous, fabulous conference, a must-attend event, 2 years. We will see you then, too, as well. All right, in the house, we've got two Hitachi Vantara professionals. How about that? Vignesh and John, how are you doing?
Doing great, Scott. Thanks for the opportunity.
Doing well?
Fantastic.
All right,
It's
man.
been a
Bring
great
it.
show.
So, for the listeners out there, let's just sort of level set right now. Give us a little background, Vignesh.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm Vignesh. I head the manufacturing and consumer goods business for Hitachi Vantara. 25 years, predominantly in the manufacturing and the discrete and the process manufacturing areas.
Very good. All right, John, you're up next. Give us a little background. Bring the mic forward just a touch, because we want to hear your voice a little bit closer.
So I'm the Global Director of Marketing for Smart Spaces and Video Insights. Predominantly for the past 10 to 12 years, I've been in the IoT, smart building, smart city space, working for blue chip companies such as Siemens, GE, and now Hitachi.
So we're gonna dive into that, but beforehand, are you guys having a good conference?
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. It's good to see all these people come out. It's been a great conference, great learning. Things have moved only forward in the last 3 to 4 years that we've missed being
It's
here.
insane. The velocity, the speed, the amount of change that has taken place. Now, of course, we've hadn't been here for about what, 4 years? Yeah, I think it's 4
Almost,
years.
yeah.
Sorry, I'm dealing with my headset. And so that to me is always the part that gives me sort of like the willies, because I'm just telling you, because of the speed is so fast. And who knows where we'll be in 2 years, but it's not going to be here. That's for doggone sure. Now let's start off the conversation with you, and there's been some buzz. There's been some conversations that roam around, let's say AI, computer vision, all of that stuff. Talk to us a little bit about that.
Absolutely. I remember 25 years back, a couple of my friends who were doing their theses on image processing, trying to teach a learning algorithm what is a cat, right? Fast forward 25 years.
Hold. Don't gloss over that. What is a cat?
Yeah, trying to help a computer identify an image that is of a cat, to know that it is cat, right? Fast forward 25 years, now we have computer vision, which basically means the ability of image processing, or computers, or rather cameras, to do things that a human eye can do in an automated fashion.
Yeah, but that requires an AI platform to associate it, because you
Absolutely.
just don't say, hey, that's a cat. There's got to be some
Machine
machine behind it.
learning and artificial intelligence built into these things, so that the computers are able to do what a human eye does. As simple as that. It's very simple. If a human being has fallen down, you and I can see that and say and run for help. How do you teach a computer that somebody is fallen down or somebody is crouching to fix something? Right? And today,
I don't know.
we have systems that have learned those things and are being used in manufacturing plants, in mines, in smart cities, smart spaces. It's pretty amazing what 25 years has done. And we are seeing amazing capabilities and applications in this field.
See, I didn't know that.
So,
That's amazing.
absolutely. Here at IMTS, if you go to our partner booth at AT&T, we have a computer vision system that tells you how a plant could be visually automated from safety perspective. When somebody is overreaching into an area that they shouldn't be, we can immediately alert for safety issues and can avoid any accidents from happening.
So it's at that point. Now, John, let's talk about some smart space. It seems like that's a good segue into smart space. First, define what smart space is. What is it? And then, why is it important? What's the value there?
Got it. So with smart spaces, we utilize that computer vision, and there's really two key elements to it. There's a hardware element and there's a software element to that. And we take the hardware and the software element to combine them to really develop the solution. So when I talk hardware, that's things like your gateways, your your sensors, your LiDAR, your smart cameras, things like that. And from your software perspective, from a Hitachi, we have an analytics suite, we have a visualization suite, multi-feature video search, and also a facial recognition platform as well. And so we take those and we look at the various challenges and strategic initiatives that our customers have, and we put those together to really design that solution. And so as an example of that, as he was mentioning.
Yeah, you got to give us sort of, I get it. You
Right.
give us a use case. What does it mean? What's that value? What's that nugget of benefit?
Really, so it rolls up into 3 key buckets. So the first one is safety and security, and there's a million different use cases within safety and security. There's also operational efficiency and effectiveness, meaning how do my teams operate more efficiently, be more proactive in their approach to how they maintain a space or the assets in that space. And then there's also experience. So how do you increase the experience of individuals that work in that space, operate in that space, or even come back to that space to, whether it's for revenue purposes or just to have them increase the usage of the space. And so like I said, there's a lot of different use cases that roll up into those 3 core buckets. It's really the beauty is the eye of the beholder. How do you use this tech to either solve for that or contribute towards those?
Absolutely.
So the question I would ask, I always put on my, hi, I'm a company hat, right? So the question I would ask is, I get it, smart, yeah, good. Yeah, technology's there. Yeah, we can do it. I don't even know where to start. How do you go into an organization, Vignesh, and say, oh, right here, or we evaluate it this way, or we see gaps here? Just how do you do that?
Absolutely. Let me take an example, right? We have an aluminum mill in Tennessee.
Got it.
That where we are working. Everybody is now aware of advanced driver assist systems. For example, car that keeps in a lane. When you move away from your lane into slowly, if you're sliding into the next lane, you get a warning, right? Now take that as a use case and think how could it apply to an aluminum rolling mill. What happens is that from time to time, when there is calibration issue in the roll mill, the aluminum starts extruding and becomes a telescope. It's not a cylinder anymore. It just becomes thinner on one side, thicker on the other side, right? You do not want that. Now take this lane discipline or the lane keeping technology that is using radar and computer to keep you in a lane. Now if I apply that to a roll mill, I will precisely know the moment the aluminum starts extruding on one end, I can do the calibration and avoid a major issue in production, right? It's simple things like these that we have ability to apply in industrial situation that is making things much easier for us to run a very robust plant.
But again, John, you're going to come into my office, you're going to come into my facility, and I'm going to say, hey, I hear what you're saying. I've looked online, I've read the literature, I know what's going on, and I'm interested. Do I come with the understanding of saying, hey, I'm having a production line issue here, and I think that your solution, or do you just come in and say, hey, let's look at this whole thing holistically, and then focus on areas that I can achieve success? What's that strategy like?
So we always try to do the one Hitachi approach. Obviously, we have a lot of different types of solutions and things we offer, but from a smart spaces perspective, when we go in, we learn about what are the top 5 things that are keeping you up at night in regards to, your operations, your organization in general. What are you trying to solve for, or what are you trying to work towards? And learning about those challenges and then designing a solution around that. So I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
So a lot of these manufacturers that we're working with today, that we're having these really great engaging conversations with, safety and security has been a big topic. As an example, there's a lot of manufacturers here who have crew members that happen to have injuries, and that's from things along the lines of putting their hands where they're crossing a boundary when a machine is on, getting their hand chopped off or getting some type of injury, things like that. So utilizing LiDAR or smart cameras together in some cases, really designing a boundary around that. So when their hand crosses into a space that it's not supposed to be at, the LiDAR could pick that up because of the boundary that we've outlined for it, and it monitors that at all times. And that machine could shut off from the second that their hand crosses into that space. Or if they even get close to it, there could be warnings and alerts that could get sent to supervisors via text message or email to let them know that, hey, there's somebody who's crossed into a restricted zone that's not supposed to be there. Here's a picture of them. Here's an email of them. So proactively, they could take all of this and adjust their training and look at their operations holistically. Now, as I talked about earlier, is that as we start to go down this rabbit hole, more and more solutions or more challenges are coming up that we get to look at holistically what else Hitachi could do for you, and then we start to have that conversation together.
See, and I like that because all of a sudden, if in that situation, that example, you're identifying, hey, here's a hazard. It's a human component. Let's just keep it at that. It's a human component.
Right.
And for me, if I'm working that line, I know that I've had that conversation like, don't go here. And if you go here, this thing will shut down. It keeps you safe. So I'm hypersensitive. I'm, in essence, safer just because of that conversation, period.
Absolutely.
Another good point to that is that from an analytics perspective, so we could look at not only the warnings and the alerts and having something be more of a reactive approach, but looking at the analytics, you could take your teams to be more proactive in their approach. So say, for example, you could look at holistically over the course of a month, we'll just say. You could say on the first Monday and Tuesday of every single month, there happens to be more individuals that cross into a restricted zone or not. So they could look at that and go back to their safety and operations teams and say, what is going on in the first week of every single month on Monday and Tuesday that causes more accidents to happen by somebody crossing into that zone? So they could dive deeper into those first 2 days, as an example, and kind of look at it holistically and proactively approach it and say, it's a people problem, it's a training problem. And again, we could apply that type of situation to all of their operations to either reduce CapEx, reduce their OpEx expenses as well, increase the safety for their people, or just the experience in general.
Okay, this is sort of off topic to a certain extent, but if I'm an insurer, and I know that you're a safer sort of organization and a facility because you put in this technology,
Absolutely. Yeah. Less
I'm going to
liability.
say, hey, here's I'll cut you a deal.
Absolutely, it's less liability when you do that,
Yes.
right? And we have taken that same use case. So John, when you put in a computer vision, right, then the applications become numerous. For example, a kilometer or 1,000 feet under the ground in a mine, we are using computer vision to identify the quality of the ore and to help the make decision whether they should be continuing to mine in a given spot or they should move. Otherwise, what used to happen is that they would collect the ore, it will come up, somebody with the knowledge will analyze the ore, and then they say, no, this place is no good, move to the next spot. Probably you would have lost 2 days. Now it's happening real time underground, 1,000 feet under the ground. But the beauty of this is, once I put the system in, now I know, this is only doing one thing, but the computer can pick up, the cameras can pick up so much more. So now we are using it to monitor the conveyor belts and say, when is the conveyor belt going to need a maintenance? The same camera.
So you're identifying a
Asset
potential
performance.
failure.
Absolutely,
within it.
yeah. So we have now trained it to do asset performance. Now, the third aspect of it, safety and security. If people underground are not wearing PPE, it can pick that up. If somebody is not wearing a glove, somebody is not wearing a helmet, it can immediately pick it up. One camera, 3 uses, right? So this is precisely how computer vision is changing operations in real time in the industrial world.
Okay, so I'm a maintenance guy. I am. I've done it before. And me personally, every time that I have to perform maintenance on an asset of some sort, I'm listening to maybe a vibration, or I'm seeing some heat, or just whatever, it doesn't sound right.
Right.
How does computer vision deal with the fact that, how do you see that?
Yeah, essentially it's the movement of the parts, and it also notices the vibration on the belt, the conveyor.
There you
itself,
go.
right?
There you go. There
So
you go.
The change.
Yes.
The moment it starts, moving more than the configured range, that it's in for some kind of a maintenance,
it.
right? So that's the kind of thing that we are looking for.
Go ahead, John.
So something else that kind of piggybacks off of that, not only from the video perspective, but we also have a product, as an example, it's our visualization suite. It's more or less that single pane of glass dashboard that you could look at your graphs, your charts, not only for video data and those insights and analytics as well, but if you want to bring in building data, IoT data, other sensor data, and holistically put that on one dashboard.
Absolutely.
And when you're doing these asset performance or when you're doing some type of operations maintenance and you have to deduce what you need to do next, instead of going between multiple systems, logging into different portals, things like that, bring it into one dashboard, look at everything holistically, all the various types of data points to do your analysis, and then from there you can make a conclusion of what you need to do.
But then again, you can also say, hey, I don't need to look at your data. You're Vignesh, you look at this data, and then you're John, you look at this data, right? And I'm Scott, and I look at this. Then you can segment that data that is meaningful to me, you,
Right,
and everybody else, and then eliminate the complexity. Don't make me do more than I have to expel as much gray matter as I possibly can to understand what's going on.
Right.
Then there's that analytics
Absolutely.
that sort of back it up and say, this is not good, whatever.
It's
Red
looking
light,
at the
green light,
right
yellow light,
data.
whatever.
It's
Scott,
looking at the
you know,
right data.
If I can go back to that aluminum factory, right?
There you go.
Where we sensorized 500,000 tags where we are collecting data from, which means every single machine on the floor is sensorized and we are able to collect data. What does it do with all that? What do you do with all that data? Now I know any given point in time, any given location within the plant, what machine is operating, what is the risk profile of that safety and risk profile of that particular location at that moment. I can put a dashboard and say, this is a high risk location, so please stay back 10 feet. If the machine is down, then I can say, this is safer space to be for maintenance purposes. Now, tie it in with the computer vision. You can catch the exceptions before they happen, while you are also giving the profile of the spot, saying that this is a high risk location, stay away. And going back to your insurance conversation, that defines a safe workplace.
I understand. It's sad, but I do understand. Couple of questions. One, what about that potential pushback on saying, hey, Big Brother's watching me all the time? Do you get that?
Absolutely, we get that, but then when you help people understand, it's better than losing a finger. I had one of our, a customer walk in today, and they were talking to John about it, that they had an incident last week where when a machine was operating, somebody did not realize, they put their hand in and lost a finger, right? So the benefits outweigh the Big Brother outlook that, the kind of fear that it generates, but then it's for everybody's safety. So that's where we draw the line.
So here's good, and it has to. You have to be safe. I don't care, and whatever the tools and techniques and strategies, yes, you need to deploy them. You need to keep safe. This sounds great. It's all fantastic. What's the pushback? Why would somebody say, "Man, no, not me"?
You know what? The pushback sometimes that we get, like I said, there's been some individuals that are more that privacy, but we have a solution for that. If people don't want their identifying,
Good point.
Look-
I didn't even think of that either.
if they didn't want somebody to
Figured that out.
identifying features,
Yeah.
there's two solutions we have. So there's the LiDAR, which basically, again, it's a 3D representation based on light reflecting off of an object, and it just looks like there's no identifying marks in there. It just looks like a 3D person. You can't tell it's me, him, anybody.
Right.
Or we have a software overlay on top of the video feed where we have the ability to put we could blur them out. We could put a blue mask over them so you don't see it, because we don't care who it is. We care about the action.
Exactly.
And so from there, at that point on, we said it's fine. We won't know it's you. We'll just know a 3D person put their hand in there, or somebody with a blue mask put their hand in there, and that we care about the action, not the person.
Okay. Well, I'm all in. I don't know what that means, but I'm all in. But now let's sort of think about the future. We're here today. 4 years ago, it was different. Trying to figure out what a cat looks like. We're here. Where do you see it going? I mean, it doesn't stop.
Absolutely.
We're not here yet, right? Where do you see it going?
Oh, it automates a lot of things in terms of how are you looking at revenue generation from your footfall in a store, right? It can help you place product placement accordingly. Earlier we used to do consulting engagements to say, hey, people used to sit and watch people moving around and then say, okay, you have to put this product in this aisle here. These are your fast moving products. This is the best place to put them in. But it automates the whole thing now, right? So things like these, it will turn more into revenue generation. Today we are talking about safety, security, experience.
But also asset utilization. You're keeping that asset up. You're not reactive. You're not having catastrophic failure of the asset.
And that gives you productivity improvement, which results in more, revenue. So it's all about revenue generation. That's where we see this moving forward. The kind of automation that we can do using computer vision is going to generate tons of more money for at both bottom line and top line.
When we start talking about tons of money, do you run those analytics with customers, clients, and saying, okay, we see your facility, we understand how it operates, all that stuff, and then you run some sort of modeling, and you're saying, okay, we could do this, 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 and this, and this is what we see as a value to your organization. Do you guys provide that insights, John? We do.
We definitely help look. What Hitachi likes to do is we're not just the seller of a product, we're partners. We're an extension of their business. That's kind of how we think about things. So as a customer grows with their challenges and their initiatives, we want to be part of that as well. Now, as you think about where things are going from the analytics perspective, we're going to continue to grow our AI-based analytics. Now, we have fundamental AI built into our video analytics right now. We're going to continue to grow that, bolster that, and then become a stronger partner with our customers. And so where we're heading for that right now is to be able to do things remotely. So we have something right now called intelligent infrastructure monitoring. So we look at core pieces of their critical infrastructure, and we could look at that video and do analytics on it from anytime, anywhere. And so looking at whether it's a transformer, an insulator, a circuit breaker, whatever that may be, that companies currently right now spend a lot of operational expenditure on to be able to perform those inspections on. We want to be able to do that remotely, so now they could perform more inspections more accurately, reducing their OPEX.
So you bring up an interesting point, and I know that I know we're at a manufacturing conference, however, and I have to touch upon it. When we discuss or talk about utilities, right? Maintenance.
Oh.
And so that computer vision allows utilities to direct
Absolutely.
maintenance dollars in the right way.
It also, the way we are using computer vision today is to see, let's say if there is a tree growing next to a line, how tall is it? Does it need to be trimmed in order for it to not touch the wire, right? Just look at this same application. We are using it in reforestation. So we are using image processing capability. Right. We are using image processing capability to see how a forest is growing, put it in the context of a paper mill who is growing their own lumber to extract pulp out of it. Now they can see which portion of the forest is growing well and doesn't need fertilization and which portion needs fertilization. Earlier, it just used to be that, okay, today is fertilization day, let me just go fertilize 1,000 acres. So now you're effectively doing 50 acres or 100 acres that need fertilization as opposed to doing the entire 1,000 acres.
But the other thing that you pull in, of course, is they're taking that analogy, that field, that forest, right, the trees, that's my feedstock into the paper. That's important to it. But it's also not just fertilization. It could be watering. It could be a number of things that
application is numerous. Yeah.
Stress or whatever. Go ahead, John.
So thinking about that same premise with the infrastructure monitoring. So whether it's pipes or it's other pieces of critical infrastructure, think about if you have multiple sites. You send a team out there to do a manual inspection of these sites. How long does it take them to walk all over, climb ladders, go into certain areas, roll a truck, etc. Whereas if you had somebody from a remote monitor, like a remote monitoring station, to look at all of these, a camera could pan, tilt, zoom in on all these different areas. We could position 20 different cameras all around a site, perform the inspection instantly. And then instead of crossing between, you're walking all the way across the site and doing another piece, we could just press a button, and we're already at that camera in less than a second. And then think about as they roll all these trucks, how long does it take them to drive in between sites? And then when is the next time that they're actually going back to that site to perform that inspection? By then, if it's on a cycle, for example, maybe once a month they go there, you may not notice that something is broken until you show up the next time or when it's already failed. Whereas you could do this inspection as often as you want, catch it before it happens, therefore reducing your OPEX and your CAPEX.
Absolutely.
Let me ask you a question real quick. And it's in light of that. Let's say I'm a manufacturer, right? And I have a facility here in Louisiana, and then I have one in Chicago, and then I have one in Tennessee, and then of course I have one up in Portland, wherever it might be. I have them all over the place, and they all sort of do the same thing. Do you have that capability of saying, okay, I've got these, assets, these manufacturing assets. I'm going to look at the performance, and then I'm going to learn from it and look at it and cross-pollinate or whatever. Can you do that, Vignesh?
Absolutely, we can. We have done it through computer models. We have done it through computer vision. When you combine both, it becomes powerful asset across board, right? So when we look at asset performance, we are looking at it at a global scale. Which plant, which equipment, which process is it running, and what stage of the process is it likely to fail?
I gotta add to that too. What about like environmental conditions, right? Let's say I'm up in Portland and it's cool. And then I'm down here in Louisiana and it's miserable.
Absolutely.
And then I have the same motor, pump, whatever configuration up here, but I have the same one down here. You see the same thing.
You see the same thing, but then depending on the condition under which it's operating, the parameters are varying, internal parameters are varying, right? And we are able to pick that up and then give them, exact way of maintaining them for a better efficiency, right? So this is a combination of both computer vision and the APM.
Yes,
John.
go.
And how that all comes together. So when I talked a little earlier about that holistic dashboard, that visualization suite, so geospatially, we could put all your different sites on a map, and you pick the site that you want to drill down into and look at those analytics for asset performance, or you want to perform that inspection. You pick the site, and again, you could jump from California to Florida in less than a second to do that inspection, as opposed to making calls, developing a ticket, rolling a truck, sending a team out there. You could do that. You could do all this within 5 minutes.
Excellent. Yep.
And the backbone is AI, because you're going to have to have that, and it has to keep on learning. You have to keep on adding to it. You have to keep on refining and whatever it might be, so that you continue to hone it. Do you ever sort of, for lack of a better term, cross-pollinate? Let's say my AI over here, and and it's Acme Corporation, and they have 4 sites over here, and we're learning about this pump, right? Whatever, it's a ball door, whatever it might be. So we're learning about it, and we're taking some analytics there, and you can apply that to maybe some other company and say, no, that pump performs poorly in a hot environment. I don't know. It's a use case off the top of my head, but performs poorly. We recommend something else.
Yeah, so essentially, I'll not take that exact example. So here is a real life situation. So I'm having lunch with a C-level person. So they're talking about a loading dock problem they have.
Yeah.
So they are a discrete manufacturer. Every order is fulfilled with 100 different items shipped, and when assembled at the client's end, when it is fully shipped, is when they can recognize the revenue.
There you go.
Today, they track these 100 items through RFID, but
there you go.
RFID rips off. So his problem is
Then
that when I load it, RFID rips off.
Yeah.
I do not know if it made it.
Yeah.
If the client I have to wait for the client to acknowledge that yes, they had all the parts until I can recognize the revenue.
Right.
How better can I do it? I said computer vision.
There you go.
Let us train the computer
There you go.
to identify 100 of these things uniquely, either through barcode or the size, shape and size, and let us tell you when it exits your loading dock with 100% assurance that yes, you sent the full order to
There
them,
you go, yeah.
right? So that the use cases are plenty.
So if somebody's listening to me, or is listening to you guys, not me, don't listen to me. If they're listening to you and they say, hey, I'm really very interested in computer vision, how do they get a hold of you, Vignesh?
Absolutely. You can reach me at vignesh.markandan@hitachivantara.com.
Yep.
Or you can come to our booth at IMTS if you're here.
There you go.
Walk in and you will be able to, get a good demonstration of our capabilities.
I recommend that. John, how do they get a hold of you?
Similar to Vignesh, you could email me, john.smirker@hitachivantara.com. I'm also on LinkedIn and on Twitter. You can contact me there as well, and I'll get back to you.
All right. Again, thank you very much for joining IMTS Creators Lounge. Hitachi's in the house, talking computer vision. Thank you, guys. Absolutely wonderful conversation.
Thank you, Scott.
Mary here, the host of the Creators Lounge. I am excited to share with you that I was recently promoted to intergalactic reporter. I just went up to the moon to the Rosenberg Space Habitat, just checked into my new module. It's really nice. It's a 2.5-story structure, great for moons and planets. And I decided, actually, I was called back because we have a very important guest. We have Adele Ratcliffe, Director of IBAS, U.S. Department of Defense. Let's see the Creators Lounge now.
Hello, this is Mitch Free here at IMTS 2022, hashtag We Are All Creators. And I am excited to be sitting here with Adele Ratcliffe from the Department of Defense, and she is in charge of the industrial base analysis and sustainment. Adele, thanks for joining me. What does that mean?
Thanks, Mitch. Before we get going on that, I got to say that was a great opening song. I'm from Mississippi State, and I just felt like I needed more cowbell in that moment. So,
yeah, more cowbell.
More cowbell. But
Yeah,
and
it.
I'm excited to be here with you, man. I've been chasing you all week, so it's finally good to be able to see you.
Glad
up
we
here.
connected, yeah.
So the IBAS program is one of two investment programs that we have in the parent organization that I work in, and the Office of Industrial Base Policy within the Department of Defense, and we're concerned about the health and well-being of the U.S. Industrial base in terms of its ability to make things here for our economic prosperity and our national security. And so we use the IBAS program to go in and work with industry, really to create, sustain, maintain, and expand supply chains and companies to meet our national security needs.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I think there's a really interesting wall in this building of like advanced technology and things, and some of that actually spawned from some of your programs, right?
Yeah, it is. In fact, we've partnered with Oak Ridge National Lab on an effort related to machine tools. We call that ACE, America's Cutting Edge. And it actually started from 2018, walking the shop, walking IMTS here in 2018. Mm-hmm. We were looking at doing some research on why was the U.S. machine tool sector number 5 in the world and no longer number 1. Mm-hmm. And we interviewed our global competitors and took that information and decided to launch an initiative in partnership with Oak Ridge mm-hmm. that would accelerate advanced machining and manufacturing research mm-hmm. for the machine tool sector. Yep. And that moonshot over there is the example of what some of the work is that we've been doing over the past 2 years.
So we talk about moonshots. That's something I know you're really good at thinking about and supporting. What are some of the things that you're thinking about that you could share with us? And like, here are things that I think need to happen in this country and need funding.
Well, there's a lot of landscape there, but when it comes to machining, what we're trying to do, and I use machining broadly to include additive, metrology, that ecosystem needed for a healthy industrial base. We really have not been having a concentrated effort on R&D, research and development in the United States focused on that. Mm-hmm. And several years ago, we started to study that. And then we partnered with Oak Ridge, a national treasure there, to do that. Mm-hmm. What's exciting for me is that 4 years ago, when we were here last year in person, in the emerging tech was an effort that we had partnered with Oak Ridge back then, which mm-hmm. was a large additive capability, and we had the output of that, the Corvette, the Jeep, and some other things that were, later on here front and center on how do you do fast laydowns of additive. Yeah. And then fast forward, we're seeing it now incorporated into the commercial business lines over and over and over. Yeah,
but people would think, initially look at that and say, that makes no sense to print a car, but that's not necessarily the goal, right? The goal is to learn the technology, learn how to do it. and then let industry figure out how to apply that to other use cases.
Yeah, we could print a square to do the same thing, but people like the old vet, and they like the old Jeep that we were printing, and some of the other things, and that's meant to inspire people to want to come into our space and help us accelerate our knowledge and advancing those manufacturing technologies at a faster space. And then they're commercialized now, at least being commercially adopted, and industry's figuring out now how to apply that to the demands, the product demands today.
Yeah.
And that moonshot that's over there against the wall is our next step. It's we have a lot of small and medium manufacturers in this country. We want to help them be able to remain competitive.
Yeah.
And how do you make big things in a small envelope?
Yeah.
And so that you don't have to necessarily buy bigger machines to do that. And so that's what that's about. But we've learned a lot through that process.
Yeah, sure. Now your focus is not like I say, it's not just machining, but I think you get involved in lots of areas of basically if it's manufactured and it has an implication maybe for the U.S. economy or defense industrial base. So how broad does your spectrum go?
Wow, very broad. Like I said, we'll go in and work with a company that is producing products for us, and they may have older machines, and we need to help them modernize those machines. We'll do that. If we need to invest in, say, a material product line supply chain, like what we're doing now on heavy rare earths in this country, we're using the authorities of this program through the department and in tandem with our sister program, the Defense Production Act Title III program, to go in and help stand up that supply chain here in the United States. We'll do that as well.
Right.
Tungsten, we've done tungsten type capacities. But we also wade into things that the commercial market might be more interested in, like workforce.
Sure.
And so now we've been leading efforts to move into communities to say, how do we promote the prestige of these new skill sets needed?
Right, because we can develop all the technology and innovation, but if we don't have the workforce there, what good is it?
If you don't have it. So one of the things that we did was we launched a competition because, Americans love to compete. If you say you're not going to keep score, the first thing that's going to happen is keep score. And so we designed a competition that reflected what industry had been telling us that was needed in that training pipeline, and we used that to help go in. It's an interdisciplinary team competition, advanced welding, 5-axis metrology, CAD/CAM in a team competition. Think Master Chef for manufacturing, so to speak.
Yeah.
And communities love it,
Sure.
and the students love it, the instructors love it, and then states are figuring out how to modernize their training programs to meet your needs. It's working out great.
I think one of the ways we're really going to get people into this workforce is we have got to improve our inclusion. Right, of people all over, whatever community you come from, whatever you are, that's the people I think that have traditionally, in a lot of cases, not felt included in manufacturing. When you walk through, it's an interesting, very common demographic, and we have to get everybody inspired.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that,
Yeah.
Mitch. Like, it might be an existential threat to your company if you are not recruiting from the broadest set of people that you can reach.
Yeah.
We are working with the National Guard Youth Challenge Program in one of our efforts, and these are high-risk youth in the high school, and they go through that program and they learn life skills. But what we're finding is that they are really good at accelerated manufacturing training programs, and they're really good in our employment pipelines. And so, I can think in the past we wouldn't have necessarily looked at a high-risk youth class, but we have to, right?
That's right. That's where I think it's going to come from. I think you're going to see diversity in this workforce in the next 10 years greatly improve over where it is today, because it has to. That's where the talent is. And I've seen people that we've hired from sort of some at risk that come in, and the moment they make a part or something, holy smoke, they light up. They're so proud. And then you see that passion just go. And things that they never thought possible, but there's so much pride in making something and taking a block of metal and turning it into a precision part that's going into something important.
Yeah, we have a welding competition, and we're doing that in communities where our sub and ship workforce needs are. And we were in Philadelphia and working with some of those inner city schools. And we showed them the shipyard and said, history was written here for our country. And you can be writing your history and help us write our next chapter in this country right here in that same shipyard. And boy, they lit up. They lit up in that welding competition. They were welding something that looked like a little sub. And it was exciting for them.
Yeah. So how do you know if you're succeeding in this role?
Well, you tell me. Industry is always telling us if we're succeeding or not, if we're rightly focused. I think it starts, one, depending on what we're doing, but in workforce, we start to see movement in the communities that we've been operating in, that we've been investing in and championing and advocating for. And when we see more people coming into our space, when we see the state start to invest in new equipment that you need, that match your needs, when we start to hear from you that the skilled workers are coming out and they're better.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. No, I actually would say you're making a positive impact. I see it over the 10-year period that I've been following the investments and things. I've seen the innovations. I've seen the awareness grow. The programs out. It's not an overnight thing, right? It's just little baby steps all the time to get after it, and then it's going to make a huge difference, but it takes time.
Yeah, I think the challenges are so big that we face in terms of trying to reclaim manufacturing here in the United States, but small wins build the big wins. Van Gogh said, our greatness is not achieved in one big stroke; it's achieved in a series of small strokes over time. Yeah. And we can't lose sight of that when you help change an individual's life, it will change a family's life and a community's life. And if you stack up those wins, then we're winning at a faster pace. That's right.
And it goes without saying, manufacturing is critical to our way of life, economically, to be able to defend ourselves. So as people think about, they've got some great innovation that they would love to, because there are people out there, people listening, that are like, I have an innovation, but I just don't know how do they even think about getting in touch with your department, or what do they do? What's their first step?
Well, we have an open door policy, so we're always excited to hear what industry is doing and where they're pushing the envelope, especially when it comes to the type technologies that we need in our industrial base. And so we have an open door policy. You can find me on, you can Google my name, Adele Ratcliffe, Department of Defense, and my email and my telephone number come up, and we'll schedule a meeting with you. And then you can also always reach out to the Industrial Base Policy website and find any information about our programs, because we're not doing it alone. We have multiple programs that are working with industry. If you're a small business and you're still in that small business space, the Small Business Innovation Research is issuing grants all the time, and many of those are focused on the manufacturing technology growth, and of course our ManTech program in the Department of Defense, as well as the Manufacturing USA Institutes. If they're not familiar with those, you can likely find a home somewhere in one of those ecosystems across those institutes that we've established over the past 10 years.
And for companies, because I talk to a lot of smaller suppliers that would love to be able to scale up and do business with the DoD and develop their capabilities, and they are trying to figure out how to access that help. And so that's the vehicles you're talking about. They should be thinking about.
Yeah, but in their local community, we have PTACs, Procurement Technical Assistance Centers, that will help a small company understand how to do business with the department and then go compete on contracts. And so there's a resource through our Small Business Program Office that now manages the PTACs, and those are available to support them.
Yeah, and I'm going to, just because I do business with the department, there's a lot of myths out there that I think keeps some companies from engaging. Example, I had always heard, it's very hard to get paid, right? You got to jump through hoops. Cash flow, you're strung out, small businesses can't afford it. Maybe that was the case, but I'm not seeing that. What I'm seeing is when they deal with small business today, they're paying us with credit card, with a P card. You deliver, they send you a code, and they say, charge the card. So that waiting 60 nights, those horror stories, they're not there anymore. And so I think a lot of the myths that people thought it was so difficult to do business with the DoD, they're not perfect, but they're trying hard to fix them.
Yeah, I agree. I think we're getting better. We have improvement to make. Like we all need to improve our products and processes.
Yeah.
But there's a place for we need our small and medium manufacturers healthy in this country, and we need them in our supply chain.
Yeah. So this part of this whole thing is they want to focus a little bit on stories and things. So could you give us a quick your background, your story? How did you get into this, and what's been your career path?
Wow, I was in engineering, and I was bouncing all over the place, and I found a marine engineering program which was ship construction.
Okay.
And it was a feeder program to a large yard in my area. And when I got out, I ended up going to a small yard in Florida. I worked a summer welding for them. I eventually worked at Eglin Air Force Base as a test engineer. After 12 years, moved up to the Pentagon for a career bonding assignment, never left. And I've been in manufacturing policy and investing and growing up manufacturing technologies and building the ecosystem in manufacturing for about 13 years, 14 years in the department.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of come full circle. I started in a private shipyard, and now one of my primary focus areas in what we do is really going into defense communities that are building the ships and subs for this next generation and working to help grow those workforce and training pipelines in those communities.
That's
So it's kind of come full circle.
Yeah,
for me.
it's been a great story. So they told me we got a few minutes left. So in these few minutes, what are some of the things you're most excited about seeing, whether it's here or in general, technologies of the future, things that you would want to share of these? What are the big optimism and innovations or big moonshots that we need to figure out?
Well, I think we need to keep pushing the envelope on how we re-envision what machining and manufacturing is if we want to remain competitive. I'm really excited about the convergence of additive and subtractive on the same machine and the introduction of how Industry 4.0 can help really get to parts faster and know that part is contained within that shape. Which is we didn't always know when we first came into additive. It looked good, but we found that our part's not really there. But I think the convergence of that on hybrid really will allow an opportunity space that we're just really beginning to get to know.
That is true.
I'm really excited about Project MFG too. I'm going to flag
Tell
that
us
one more
about
time.
that.
That is that team competition. We work right now, high schools and community colleges, 5-axis welding, metrology, CAD/CAM, compressed timeline. We're launching our 23 series this fall.
Nice.
We just launched our national championship this past May.
Yeah.
We crowned the national champion there with SWIC, Southwest Technical College in Illinois. And they were the winners.
Nice.
But we're broadcasting that on Clash of Trades on our Project MFG YouTube channel.
Okay.
It's a 3-part series.
Clash of Trades YouTube channel.
Yep,
Okay.
Clash of Trades YouTube channel. We crowned them $100,000 though for the winner. 50% of that went to the competitors, 50% to the schools, so that they can modernize their equipment and keep moving forward.
Right.
But we want more people. We're expanding our reach for that team for the welding only competition.
Nice.
If you need a competition in your space, we'll come design one for you if we don't have one.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, and we need more industry partners in that community. We want the big jamboree. We want to wrap the love around these competitors so that we continue to send signal to that younger generation.
Yeah.
There's a place for you in manufacturing, and this is cool, and you need to be here.
Exactly. Couldn't be better said. All right, well, we're going to wrap it up then. Adele Ratcliffe. Oh.
Whoa!
Just saw you out there talking Project MFG, hosting. What up?
Hey, Andrew
Enjoying the
Crowe in the
show.
house.
We want to see you next season on Project MFG. Sign up now. We are getting the applications in. We want all your schools. We want all your support. All right, Adele. Thank you, guys.
Project MFG.
Thanks, Drew.
Yeah.
We have the
All
best
right.
host. He brings all the energy, right?
That is awesome. All right, IMTS 2022, hashtag We Are All Creators. Adele, thank you so much.
Thanks,
and thank
Mitch.
you what you're doing for our country and your dedication. We love you.
We love working for you guys, man.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
That's good.
Hello, IMTS 2022. I sound really loud because I can hear that. But anyways, doesn't matter. Welcome to the Creators Lounge at 338-600. I am here today with a very special guest, Ian Stork. Hello, Ian. How are you doing?
Hi, Meaghan. I'm doing well.
So for those of you tuning in, Ian and I actually have known each other for a really long time. I would like to say that we're pretty good friends.
We are great friends.
We're great friends, right?
Yeah.
So, Ian, you're here doing a lot of video work. I see you running around.
Mm-hmm.
If you see him, make sure you scan the QR code on his backpack. That will lead them probably to your LinkedIn
It
page,
takes
I'm
you
assuming.
to my LinkedIn where you can connect with me and
So-
see all the cool footage that I've been taking for the past 4 days here.
That's a great idea, by the way.
I'm really proud of it, actually.
Actually,
I know it's
I'm
just a
gonna-
piece of paper duct taped to my backpack, but I am like totally
that's a-
satisfied with what,
Yeah.
with what I came up with there.
That's a great way to like get people to your LinkedIn page
yeah,
to follow you.
and people have been scanning it too.
Yeah.
Somebody, I was having a conversation. We were just chatting, and he goes, "Do you have something on your back?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I got the QR code." He's like, "People are walking by with their phones, and they are scanning your backpack." And I'm like, "That's
perfect.
exactly what it's there for."
That's awesome. And you said want to see what I'm
Want
filming.
to see what I'm filming?
That's
yeah, because
awesome.
I'm running around. I'm always like leaning over,
Yeah.
looking into a machine, and so my backpack's on, and all they can see from me is I got my gimbal with my camera,
Right.
and I got the backpack.
So what are some of the things that you have been filming here at IMTS? Because you're all over the place. Like I swear I've seen you in every single hall at the same time that I've been in. So
yeah, so I've gone through I think I've gone through every single aisle at least once. And I think I went through almost all of them already on day one, which my first day here was Monday.
Right.
And my knees were hurting after that one. It was a pretty brutal one. But yeah, I was just seeing what we had first off, and then coming back to the booth where I wanted to know more, so I could talk to some people, make maybe some cool booth videos with the people working in the booths. But I think some of the coolest stuff I've seen, there was some really crazy machined like sculptures that some of these booths have, and I just love them because you just get really in on it.
Mm-hmm.
And as you like move, and they got a lot of lights lighting up them because they're pretty big centerpieces in a lot of the booths.
Right.
Man, you really see that texture, and it really shines and glimmers, and it's like a really cool aesthetic that you can really capture there.
I really like how you're describing that, because I feel like in terms of when you're trying to capture photographs or video for manufacturing, there's a lot of people out there that don't necessarily know how to work angles or light or anything like that. So that's one of the questions I wanted to ask you too. But before I get there, in terms of what you've seen here, what hall has been like your most favorite?
Ooh. That's a tough one.
Isn't it though? There's so much going on.
There's a lot. There's a lot of cool stuff. I would have to say my favorite to go through. Ooh, I'm probably gonna have to go with the automation section.
I like robots.
There's just such a wide array of like robotic arms that are doing all kinds of stuff with all kinds of different demos. Like you got arms that are doing 3D scannings, you've got arms that are welding, and you've got arms that are putting parts in machines, taking them out of machines.
Yeah.
There's just so much to it. And that's one of the things I noticed, like automation is so big this year.
It is. However, I like the additive manufacturing section.
Oh, yeah.
Only because they were taking these really big 3D printing heads and they're printing out that lunar habitat.
Oh, yes, that was an awesome one.
And I was just like, I can't believe this is a thing. Like that's around the corner.
Yeah.
People going to the moon and living on there.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy.
I was just checking that out and reading the stuff there this morning.
Yeah, so to get to my next question, in terms of video, how is that important to a brand's narrative? So we know that things are changing. A lot of customers are doing their own research, and they know what they want practically when they're reaching out to customers and wanting to learn more about their product. Like they already know, they've already like gotten it down to their top 2, maybe their top 3 customers that they want to buy from.
Yeah.
So why is video so important for companies to invest in, and how does that help with their brand narrative?
Right. So one of the big things with video, and one of the things that I pushed through video as we were probably slated to talk about was storytelling.
Yeah.
And that is one of, by far, my favorite things to do. And those are my favorite types of videos where I can help a manufacturer, help a business craft the story that they want to tell and talk through them to figure it out. And I think, yeah, with storytelling being one of the most important things, I think when you're down to your top 2 or you're down to your top 3 that you're trying to pick from, you've got, the price points figured out that you're looking
Right.
at. They're similar. You've got the specs figured out. Maybe they're similar. And you watch videos or go on their website and learn more about them. That could really be the make it or break it for what you're looking for.
Right.
If your business can connect with them emotionally, like that's going to be a huge thing. Putting someone on camera, talking about a company's history, talking about the values and what's important to them could really resonate with the customer or whoever's looking into this company. And so having your values and the history and why you do what you do on display, especially through video, because that's one of the most popular forms of consuming that type of info, like that's really important because it could be the make it or break it.
Right. So in terms of like photographing or capturing manufacturing on film, where do you think the biggest challenges are for companies when they try to produce that? Because some are trying really hard to produce it, but it's just not. I don't think it's capturing that brand narrative like your content does. So why do you think that is? Like, what are they doing wrong, and what are some of the things that they consider to do it the right way?
I think one of the things with creating compelling video content for the manufacturing industry is making it look cool. It comes down to that. Manufacturing, it's true. There's so much. I mean, the industry has so much there's so many interesting things, and it's a broad industry. And it is cool. It's cool how you make a part the way that you do. There's so much that goes into it.
Right.
And, having a 10-minute one-shot video of a guy standing in front of a machine explaining it, I mean, that can give you the technical details. But if you really want to draw someone in and make that eye-popping kind of feel when it comes to showing off the industry or showing off the product, I mean, that type of video might not do it.
Okay. So then what about photography? So I know a lot of people are crazy about video. They want to see it everywhere. They want to see it on the company's website. But I feel like photography still has a place in certain areas. What is your opinion on when to use photography versus video?
Ooh, that's a tough one. You didn't tell me you were going to ask this one.
I didn't include that one. I
oh
just
man,
came up
you're
with
making
that
me
one.
like. Oh,
We're going off the
where's
script. We're going off the
microphone?
script.
Yeah. Okay. Now we're getting goofy because I bumped the microphone. Oh, that's a tough one. So, yeah, what I love about photography is that I find it harder than video.
Okay.
Because with video, you're telling your story with the full video. With photography, to really tell a story through a photo, you have basically one shot. Yeah, you can stage it, you can do stuff like that. I love documentary style stuff, so I love fly on the wall, behind the scenes photography. But you have like one moment to capture that and see how you can tell the story with that whole photo. And I think when it comes to comparing photo and video, it's so tough, Meaghan.
It's so
you really
tough.
stumped me with this one. Oh my
Yes.
gosh. Is that your goal?
Kind of.
Oh
Maybe a
my
little bit.
Yeah, I mean, photo's always going to have its place when you're putting together media
Well,
packages, and
how about
they
this?
complement each other.
How about this? So you have photography and you have video. A lot of manufacturers, especially small to medium-sized manufacturers, might not have a budget to afford someone like yourself or, the other people out there that are doing video. Like Chris Fox is another one. He does a really good job at capturing video.
Yeah, he does.
What would your tips be for any, small to mid-sized manufacturer who might not have the budget to hire someone? How can they get started in terms of what types of photographs they can shoot and what types of video they can shoot? Like, what would your top 3 to 5 tips be for each?
Tips?
Yeah, for each.
Well, I would say when creating these 5 tips, it's got to be considering what their goals are with the photos and videos. I mean, if it's for creating their advertising or simply for like social media kind of stuff.
Okay.
If we're talking about like showing off their products and stuff like that, I'd say get started with whatever you have.
Okay.
I would say one of the things that I will say for photography that's super important for, especially in machine shops and a lot of machine shops, is get lighting. Like
That's
if you
a
can
good point.
invest in even just a ring light would be great. And there's so many DIY ways that you can create like makeshift product photography environments. So if you're doing like something smaller like tooling or like smaller work holding pieces, I mean, you can create your own DIY light boxes and such things like that that can really mimic the big studio environment. So I would say that if you're starting from nothing and you don't know where to go and maybe you don't have the budget for even to hire a marketing person at your company, you know, you can really start off with a smaller consumer camera and some DIY tricks that you can find online. So I would say that investing in lighting is probably one of my biggest ones, because if you have an amazing camera and you have
Right.
terrible light in your shop, or you don't
It's not
have the
gonna
space
matter.
for it, it's not going to matter.
Right.
Yeah.
So what about a company that can't really afford a new camera? And I know I've asked you this question before for my personal use,
That's
because
tough.
I'm just like, how do I pick a camera? What type? Because there's so
Yeah.
many different types of camera. And for someone like me who's an amateur
Yeah.
at this stuff, it's overwhelming. So what would your suggestion be
So
in
that's
terms of...
That's the thing. That is the hardest question that I get asked. I get asked that quite a bit on LinkedIn and stuff, where I've been posting like tip videos and things
Yeah.
like that. And so you hit me with that one a couple months
I
ago.
did, because
think.
I was lost. I was
Yeah,
overwhelmed.
and so
I was
that's
like, I
the
don't know
hardest
what
thing,
to-
because it's like there's so many different things. Like, oh, do you want to create a camera for lives? Do you want a camera for live streams? Do you want a camera that's hybrid? Do you want something that can create photos and videos? Like, what's your total like media that you want to put together with this camera? I would say that if you're starting out, and somebody came up to me and asked me a little bit about this actually this morning, and I told him, I said, start with your phone.
Yeah.
I said, do you have an iPhone? Or at least like a phone with a pretty decent camera? And he said, yeah, I got a decent camera on mine. I said, well, just start with your phone, man. And because that's the thing is, like, if you don't wait around, don't wait to start creating content.
Right.
That's one of the things is it's not doing anything for you. Even if you're posting something that's just a phone photo, that's better than nothing.
Absolutely true. But is there any like settings that they should be aware of on their phone to like maybe play around with or experiment with? Because when people told me that, I was like, okay, and I would open up my phone,
Yeah.
but I'm not like an expert photographer, and I wouldn't know what to adjust or when to adjust it.
Sure.
So are there some things there that you can offer some advice on?
Yeah, maybe not for phones, but for maybe like smaller cameras. And I
Okay.
think some phones do have the capabilities to change into manual settings. But
Okay.
one of the things that I would really recommend is, and I know this is not a bit of a learning curve. It might be, I don't know, because like I went to school for that kind of stuff. So
Right.
like to me, it just sort of like
Comes
comes
natural,
natural.
yeah.
But like, yeah, if you learn to shoot manually and you know how to expose properly, you know how to get the focus settings right, and you know how to do things like that can really up the game in how the images look. Because if you just do like automatic settings, the camera's gonna do what it thinks is best, and that might not be correct for the situation.
Right. So you're also a certified drone photographer, correct?
I am, yeah.
So how does that work? Like what are some of the things that people need to be aware of in terms of wanting to shoot drone photography, and what sort of obstacles are presented to you as a photographer? Like what do you have to be aware of before you let your drone go off the ground?
Yeah, so that's an interesting one. Yeah. So, well, with drone photography, you can get away with flying drones non-commercially without any sort of licenses or anything like that.
Oh, okay.
But if you want to fly it commercially and you want to make money, if it's for your business, then you have to get an FAA certification. So that involves actually going to an airport or a facility like that and taking a test, which, let me tell you, you have to read the tower maps and everything and the zones, because there's different zones for different airports which tell you about how high you can fly and how you can't go, and it's really crazy. And so yeah, I went and did that and got certified. And
So is it state by state then though? Like
Oh, this is it's national.
It's national.
That would be
Okay, well,
national.
that's
yeah,
good. You-
yeah,
so you
because
don't have to
it's
retake a
overseen by the
test.
FAA. Yeah.
That's
so
good.
the thing that I would say is when you're flying your drone, I use it inside of really big shops. And
Okay.
I use it outside. It's really, you just got to be so careful. And one thing, and I've had people ask me to do things like this before, and I've always told them that, like, I don't feel comfortable doing, like, I've had people ask, why don't you go fly it over this public street or something like that? Or,
Right.
oh, you should go fly it over this crowd of people. And I have to tell them, I'm like, listen, like, I took these classes to learn about these things. I'm like, you don't want to do that. Do you know what happens if a drone hits a person as fast as they go? Lacerations, Meaghan.
I was like, it's
It's
probably
not
going to
good.
hurt in some
Oh,
shape or fashion.
it's
Like,
bad,
gonna
yeah.
hurt.
So there are safety measures you can take for stuff like that because you see drones flying over crowds and stuff, and
Yeah.
there's different guarding and things you can get like that, and then there's different categories and ratings you can actually get for drones based on
Okay.
sizes, and then further certifications like that. But as for for my videos, for manufacturing videos,
Yeah.
it's just a lot of nice beauty shots over the top of a shop or coming in like that. But yeah, that
Okay.
was a big ordeal, and I studied a lot for that, and it was really stressful. But I got it.
Right. So, what is your opinion on TikTok? Because that's a
Yeah.
talking point that keeps coming up.
It is.
And a lot of manufacturers were not on TikTok, which
Yeah.
I've seen some that are kind of like trying to force the comedy, which I think is funny in its own right. But what are your opinions about it? Like, do you think it's a good idea? Do you think it's a bad idea? Should they stick to one channel over the other?
Well, I feel like this is another one of those situations like before when LinkedIn wasn't widely, or Instagram wasn't widely used.
Right. And now
And
everybody's
it used to
using-
be LinkedIn, and manufacturers were probably on Facebook and stuff. And then next thing you know, and I think this was probably maybe 5-7 years ago, maybe somewhere around there. Next thing you know, there start popping up machinist pages on Instagram that are just like showcasing content and
Yes.
stuff like that. And that took off. And there were a lot of influencers and stuff that I encountered at events. And I think the last IMTS in 2018, there were some there who were the people who curated all this content. And so that was a case where it was sort of a new thing to the industry, and it just took off like that. And I think the same can be said with TikTok, especially with, and I think it's worth trying, I'd say. Being consistent with it, again, that's one of the most important
Yeah.
things on social media. And I think being legitimate, because yeah, you can do the trends every now and then, but have fun with it, but don't force the content. And people really can see through that pretty easily.
Yeah, I think especially the younger generations, they can pretty much call out bullshit
Yeah,
a
yeah,
lot of the time.
they can.
So in terms of the types of videos that you're taking for manufacturing, what style do you like the best?
Ooh, so yeah, there's two kinds that I really love. I love brand stories.
Okay. Can you explain what that is?
So yeah, of course. A brand identity piece is something where a company wants to talk about their history, their core values, what they stand for, as well as their products. It would be all of that kind of meshed together.
So is it like a corporate video? That
Yeah,
term?
it's a corporate video. But yeah, that's the type that's my favorite, because then I can really dive deep into it, and I can work with the people at the company to learn more about it, because I'll do extensive pre-production and stuff like that when I'm actually scripting and storyboarding all of these types of videos before we even go in. That's one of my things, is I think pre-production is the most important phase of video production. And I would say the same for people who are wanting to create their own content. Figure out what you're going to do before you do it. Like I said, it's good to just start creating, but also have a goal and have a
Right.
plan for what you want it to be working towards. And so that's why I think that's the most valuable thing, and that's why it's my favorite, because I love having that whole project in my brain ready to go. And then once we hit the day where it's filming,
Yeah.
it just goes like a breeze.
So is there a checklist that you provide anyone when you're on site filming with them? Is there something they need to prepare for? Do they have to look a certain way? Do they need to worry about any like pattern clothing or whatever?
Oh, yeah.
Like what's your checklist that you go through?
So usually before I go to film at a client's place, it's something maybe a couple days before. I'll shoot over like a run sheet, which is typically just a document that's going to say who's involved in the production, what times are going to be this. Like, okay, I'll arrive here. We'll take a look at your shop. We'll get a good filming spot for the interview. We'll do the interview. I'll do the B-roll here. If there's like specific machining that's happening at a certain time, I'll definitely make sure we block out for that. And that's where I'd include all of the additional details and stuff like that. But yeah, there's definitely things like you want to make sure that somebody doesn't show up to an interview on like a white background with a white shirt or something like that, you know?
Like they have no body.
Yeah.
Whatsoever.
Or if we're green screening, a green shirt the same color. That's
Right.
never happened to me before. So.
We've done that before on purpose because we were trying to make it look like a floating head, and it was the funniest thing ever. It was super, super funny. So then in like terms of music, do you have suggestions on where they can go to pick the right music, and how do you select the right music for some of your videos? Because I know there's a lot of options out there, and it can get really overwhelming.
Yeah.
But how would you suggest?
So, I mean, there's a couple options there's a couple routes you can go with. One of them would be actually hiring someone to compose music for you.
That sounds expensive.
Which is, yes. And then the other option is finding some stock music. And I know people hear stock music. Oh, no, you know, like but, you know, you can find stock music or music that is written to be licensed that maybe hasn't been used by a lot of people and stuff like that. There's a lot of subscription services like where you can find, but it'll show you like 1 million downloads, 1 million people have downloaded this one or something.
Right.
And if you're really concerned with something like that, you can always look for ones that have less. But in terms of like picking the type of music, that's really gonna probably be decided based on the vibe you want to give off.
Okay.
You know, there's like the vibe that goes for like medical, or like the vibe for like tech. You know what I'm thinking?
Yeah,
Like, the little
yeah.
electronic kind of stuff that
Yeah,
people
yeah.
you hear that a lot. But then the one I go for manufacturing a lot, and I've had a lot of manufacturers actually like specifically ask for this type. It's that crunchy like American-made manufacturing.
Like rock and roll music.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Gets your blood pumping.
Yeah,
so to
and,
speak.
yeah. That, and again, that's based on the type of manufacturers we're working with.
Yeah.
And a lot of the ones I'm working with are in the Midwest, so of course they're going to be wanting to go with that kind of vibe.
That rock
you know?
music, yeah. I can agree that stereotype is 100% true because I'm from the Midwest. So in terms of like getting people in front of the camera, I noticed that there are two types of people. One, they're really comfortable and they can talk without a problem. Two, as soon as that person sees the red light go on, they freeze up.
Yeah.
What sort of advice do you give those types of people to kind of prepare, or should they just avoid those types of people altogether to be on camera?
You know, I've had some instances with people who've said, "Oh, I'm not good on camera," and then we get them on camera and they're just
They
freaking
rock.
amazing.
They rock
Yeah.
it out.
And then, I've had sometimes where there's people who've been apprehensive, but they're like, "Oh, we'll give it a shot because I'm the guy who knows it. You know, I got this information that you guys are looking for us to put together in this video," and we get them on camera. And I think the best advice that I can really think about with someone who might be nervous is, well, first off, no red light. Don't turn a red light on because then they know.
I try to fool them.
Yeah.
Just keep them talking and then hit the
and then hit
button.
record while you're talking. But no, that's legitimate. I would say having a conversation.
Yeah.
Having a conversation. And we've talked about this before between us for years ago, probably.
Like, how do we get them to not freeze up without making them mad once the conversation's done and we're like, oh, we already recorded it? Because sometimes people get angry with that too, and they're just like, you didn't tell me you were recording.
Yeah, so I like to open up an interview, and I like to conduct the interviews a lot of the times when I do this too, and I will open up with just some icebreaker questions.
Okay.
Like if I'm testing the audio on my microphone, I'll be like, oh, like if there was a football game or something like that, I'll ask them about it. You know, just start the conversation going, because if this is someone that I just met, then I really have to break the ice to get them comfortable enough to like chat with me for 30 minutes on camera.
Yeah.
And so I'll break the ice a little bit like that, but then I'll just casually go into a conversation. And, you know, you can ask the question and then sit there and let them just do their spiel. But there's a lot that, You know, you're not giving them anything back in like conversation wise.
Right.
But when you're saying stuff like you just said, like right, you're nodding, you're agreeing with them, you're asking follow-up questions just based on what they're saying instead of going off like the script.
Yeah.
Yeah, that really can get people in a natural groove. And another thing, a lot of the people that I've worked with that have been on camera for things like this have been salespeople or marketing people.
Okay.
And some salespeople have been good on camera. Some salespeople have not been good on camera.
Right.
But the way you bring it up to them is, and they say, oh, if they pause sometimes. I've had some guys like that who just don't like being on camera, which is totally valid.
Right.
But I'll be like, well, talk to me like you're trying to tell me about the product, you know. Like,
Yeah.
you know, I know you know the product. You go out every day and you
Right.
sell this to people.
Try to sell me your
Try
product.
to sell me your
Practice your
product.
pitch, yeah.
Yeah, let's talk about it. Tell me
Yeah.
about it. I'm asking you about this feature. Let me know what it is. And then they
Explain
really get
this
in that
to
groove.
me like
Yeah.
I'm 5.
They can get into the groove. They get into the groove like that. And
Yeah.
I've had a couple where that has been the thing that triggered it and made it start moving along really nicely.
That's awesome. Well, Ian, I want to thank you for joining me today in the Creators Lounge. I really
It's over
appreciate
already.
It is over
Oh,
already.
that went so fast.
They went into my ear and they told me to wrap it up. So that's what I got to
Okay.
do. But I really appreciate you coming on board. If people are looking for any kind of help regarding video or photography, where should they connect with you?
They should connect with me on LinkedIn. My name's Ian Stork, IANSTORCK. And you can find me there if you have any questions about video production, photography in the manufacturing sphere. Feel free to shoot me a message or something like that. I love to post little like tip videos every now and then that are helping manufacturers, you know, get started and get off the ground with.
That's this just came to me, and maybe it's a little absurd, but you're Stork, right?
Stork.
Storks are known for delivering babies. You're delivering great video
I'm
content.
delivering knowledge.
How is that? How do you like
amazing.
that?
I love it.
Well, thanks everybody for tuning in on this episode. Be sure to follow us at hashtag IMTS 2020 or hashtag We Are All Creators. Have a good day, everyone. Hey everybody, welcome to IMTS 2022. We are in the Creators Lounge here at booth 338-600. If you are walking around, feel free to stop by, wave, do whatever crazy thing you feel like doing. Super excited about this interview. I'm here with none other than Andrew, the MFG.
Hey,
Crowe.
yo, what it do? Hey, let me just say that
Right,
this.
Yella. Guys, talking to the microphone.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, let me just say that this lounge is super plush. This is fire.
Is
this
it?
is the seat I
You
needed.
like it?
Yeah, I needed this seat. And I don't think I'm gonna move out of it.
Right, James and his team, Jessica, Noah, we got Jim back there.
Shout
A
out
few
to the squad.
Yeah,
You guys
they
did
all
it.
are doing a fantastic job making us look good on camera because we gotta look good. But yeah, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule because you've been everywhere. I know you had to cancel an event because you were just shot.
Yes.
So
Man.
tell us about it. Tell us who you are and what you're doing here, what your main goals are.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm Andrew Crowe. People know me as the MFG, and I wear a lot of different hats. I'm the host and judge of TV's Project MFG. We had my good friend Adele Ratliff on the show earlier. And then I'm also on a tour that you actually helped me put together. I'm so grateful. The New American Manufacturing Renaissance Tour, where we're bringing the access and the awareness to all these amazing, great careers to people that haven't traditionally been in the industry and accepted in the industry. So we're trying to just get that out to the people. Outside of that, I've also got a documentary coming out with Edge Factor.
I heard about that.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Got a little sneak peek, and I couldn't believe it was me.
Someone told me that they also got a sneak peek of it, and they brought up Whitney, your
Yes,
lovely wife.
yes.
Whitney, I love you. Shout out to Whitney. And they just
Me
said
too.
it was amazing.
It was crazy, and even though I obviously was in the documentary and it was about me, it gave me chills, like just seeing how well it was put together, and then knowing that it's gonna be able to be used as something that can continue to change lives, and
Right.
people can connect with and see themselves as.
So I know that IMTS reached out to you, and you're one of the features of the show here. So why is it important for you to commit to these obligations and be here present and talk about what you're talking about?
So I think that anytime that we get a chance to put this mission on a platform that's this big, I gotta say yes, because this is something that isn't always talked about, and when it is, it's not talked about in a way that's real and people can connect with it. So not only am I super grateful for AMT and IMTS to invite me to speak about what I'm speaking about, but they're down for the mission, right? So
Right.
they're not tucking me away and putting me in a closet. They got me on the main stages every day, and they're giving me a chance to get this message out, and it's definitely been a blessing, and we've already seen lives and minds being changed from day one. We
Right.
saw the little girl that came out, and that was a tearjerker, and now her story's being told all across IMTS, and it's great. So
Yeah.
that's the mission. That's the what we do.
And that was so unexpected too. So I don't know if I explained that story to you. I was in the East Hall with SolidWorks, and Barb Schmitz was kneeling down talking to this little girl, and I caught a glimpse of it. So she's like, "Hey Meaghan, you should come and talk to this little girl." So I just started asking her questions, and she was like, "Yeah, I CNC machine." And I'm like, "You CNC machine?" And I'm like, "How old are you?" She's like, 10. And I was like, "What?" So her dad showed me this video of her, doing all the steps that you need to do and machining a tool. And she told me, she's like, "I just don't know if I want to join this sector." And
That's
I said, "Well,
crazy.
why?" And she's like, "Well, you're a girl. She's a girl. I'm a girl.
But look
But then
around.
look at everybody else. They're all
Man.
guys." And I'm like, "You know what, though? You're in a small area of the show." I said, "If you continue to walk around, you'll start seeing new girls." And I'm like, "You got to join this sector. You're a
and,
future Maven."
And my thing is, she'll see some, but she definitely won't see enough. And I think that's why, it's important that we continue to be visible. And as a man, I try to use the platform that I'm building to, bring people in that are experts and that are represent different things, because that young girl deserves to just come in here and feel like a machinist and come check
Right.
things out and not have to feel, uncomfortable or intimidated or anything like that. So,
Right.
that's why I push, and that's why I do the work, and I make sure that if I get a chance to bring more people to the table and push what they push, I'm fighting for us all.
Right. I love that. So you also spent some time at the Student Summit. How was that? Like, what were you sharing with the kids? What were you telling them?
The Student Summit was amazing, man. It was really a great time to get with kids. I think we had like 40 to 50,000 kids from Chicago public schools and excite them and get them ignited to come out here and hang out and look at the different things that are available to them. And also, put them in the mindset that they belong here, right? We see all of these different machines and all of this futuristic stuff and the robots, and none of that matters if those kids don't want to connect with any of these things, right?
Right.
So these machines aren't going to run themselves. They're not going to program themselves. The robots aren't going to program themselves. And innovation doesn't happen without our creative input, right?
Right.
And if we continue the way that we're going, then we're not going to be able to keep moving at a pace that's going to keep us competitive, right?
Yeah, I
So,
agree.
bringing those kids in, having them see somebody that looks like them and came from their background, and the success that I'm having really open up their mind to, being open to trying everything that they wouldn't traditionally try. I told them, take something from every table, put your hands on, touch, immerse yourself in all of this technology because it's here for you.
Right. So I brought a bus in from Beloit. You went there.
Yeah, yes.
And 30 kids came in, and I was really excited. I got a chance to interview 4 of the kids.
That's dope.
And the reason why I wanted them to come up here and actually do the interview is because I wanted the manufacturers out there to actually pay attention
Yes.
to what they had to say. So they talked about what they were passionate about,
I love
what were some of their favorite things that they, were looking at on the trade show floor, a question that they had for manufacturers and engineers, but then also what they thought engineering and manufacturing was,
Yeah.
and how that related to what they wanted to do. One girl was like, I don't know what I want to do. She's like, before I didn't know the extent of what was involved in manufacturing and engineering. She's like, but I come here and she's like, there's so much.
So much
I didn't even know existed. I didn't even know what like some of these processes were.
Yeah.
And she's like, so now I'm a little bit more confused too. But I thought that brought up a really valid point where we need people to guide these kids
We need
when
that
they're trying to
mentor-
figure
yeah,
it out
yeah.
and help provide them answers and stuff. So I'm
Yes.
hoping to keep them connected with some of the people here.
Well,
So if
connect,
they're-
and you guys hear this. So this, I want to give you your flowers real quick, right?
Right.
Because you are a person that puts that foot down and you start walking and you do the work. You went and got those kids. You work
Yeah.
with the school district. You work to even help get them here, right? And,
Right.
you're just one person. But if we all could, take a chapter out of your book, those 30 kids become 300 kids, right? And if we can say, hey, Meaghan did the work and brought the kids in. Now let's pick up the baton and let's continue to connect with these kids and give them ideas of what they can do and how they can do it. That's where that ecosystem keeps, giving back to us. And that's where our return on investment is going to come
Right.
from in the market. And I'll also say this, if any of those kids are watching, or any kids are watching, or anybody watches, not knowing what you want to be or not knowing what you want to do is okay, but be open to everything. If you don't know what you want to do, keep watching different things, touch everything, get involved with everything until you see, something that you're interested in
Right.
or you tie your passion in, because I didn't know what I wanted to do at all. I just know what I didn't want to be anymore, and that propelled me into the person that I am now.
Right.
Yeah.
So in terms of so one of the things, because we were in that panel discussion, which, by the way, everybody was like, that was so good. Like, that was the best part. And it was just very energizing to be part of that conversation. So thank you for inviting me to be part of that, because it was just amazing to see how many people were
Yeah.
there and just the response that we got. But one of the things that I said was, don't just keep talking about it, be about
Yes.
it.
Yes.
Actually put your feet on the ground. Where do you think manufacturers are falling short in terms of being proactive and actually doing something about the issues that are going on?
I think that they're doing all of the same things that they have been doing, right? And And that's just hoping that the people will come in, hoping that the people will somehow find their plant, hoping that people will somehow figure out what they do. And we don't have that luxury anymore. You know, we can't keep hoping, right? If you want people to run your machines, if you want people to know your technology, you've got to get it out there and get it to the people. Our tech schools and our trade schools are underfunded, you know, and they're not able to keep up with all of these, you know, new technologies so that they can train, you know, the kids on the machines that you're going to have when you leave IMTS and you buy all the new stuff, right? So they're apt and they're able and they're willing, but we're not engaging them because, you know, the systems aren't set up. CTE departments are failing. We really can't find people in the industry that will donate their time or, you know, come back and teach the thing. So I'd say if your industry, you know, we need your help. We're all, you know, leaning on you guys. The machine tool dealers, see how you can get your machines into these schools. Haas does a great job. I think that they're laying a fantastic example, not only getting kids scholarships with Gene Haas Foundation, but putting their machines into these schools so that kids can get aware of and get used to, you know, running their programs. Mastercam has a really great educational program, and they give their licenses out so people and kids can get into the software early and start honing those skills. And I think that if we all together, you know, give what we can or just give a little bit more, you know, because I know you, right? And I know that you will give the shirt off your back, and you've given your own money to get kids, you know, to places so that they can get exposed. And, you know, me and you are just regular people, you know, we don't have big corporations behind us, but if we can do it, imagine the impact that would happen if the industry, you know, had that same fervor. And I think after our panel, which probably was the number one, you know, panel here. After our panel, you know, I saw the faces light up, and I saw, you know, when you gave them that call to action, people started, you know, the wheels started turning. So I think that after today and after IMTS, we're going to see a lot more action. I think we're going to have a domino effect.
That's what I'm really excited about too. And I think there's like this misconception that in order to do something, it's going to cost all this money. But 2 years ago when I did that event back in Beloit Memorial High School, that only costed me like $3,000.
Right.
It was the tech specialty was the most expensive part, having the guy there to make sure everything was running smoothly on the tech end. And then I spent $150 on pizza because what kid doesn't like pizza?
And
that was all, that was all done on StreamYard. And it was an opportunity for people from around the United States to actually tap into a smaller community that didn't even know some of those companies or processes existed or opportunities existed. So I just feel like, you know, some of the things that we're saying and preaching are more common sense.
Yes.
And it doesn't really take a lot of brain
It doesn't
power.
take a lot. And I'll go back to cost. Like, it doesn't cost a lot of money, but what is it costing you in not having a machine running, right? Because you can't find the people. What is it really costing you, you know, to have a $150,000 machine, $1 million machine sitting there with work orders that you could be running, but you can't find a human that can do that. So, you know, it might, you know, cost you some time. It might cost you some money to get into these programs, but in the long run, your return is going to be more people in our industry, more machines being run, more innovation happening, more creativity happening. So really think about, you know, not the immediate cost, but think about, you know, the long-term effect that it's going to have on our industry and our nation as a whole if we don't do something now, you know. And, you know, I want to shout out Project MFG. I want to shout out the Department of Defense because they said, you know, we're not gonna let that stop us. We're gonna get out here. We're gonna give money away to kids that are excited. We're gonna show this show. They, you know, hired the team from NBC, the ATS team, to film it. So it looks great. It looks on par with what the kids are watching right now. And, you know, that's the type of mindset that we have to have. You know, we're not burning or throwing away money. We're investing into the future of American manufacturing. And, you know, we've all got to follow in line because we're going to get paid back. And, you know, great workers, innovation, creativities, our cities are going to turn around. And, you know, we're all going to be better for it.
I agree 100%. So there's a lot of brands that you called out, like Mastercam and Haas. Is there anyone that comes to mind right away when you think about someone that's doing it right in terms of getting communities connected with their manufacturers and communities getting the kids and the families connected to the manufacturers? Does anyone else come to mind?
Yeah, well, I mean, definitely them for sure. And I'll say, you know, a little step further, you know, with Mastercam for sure, they are the type that say, we know this work is important. We know that, you know, we don't know exactly how to do it, but it needs to be done. So whatever you need, we'll support you for you to do it, right?
Right.
And I think that companies can take that mindset and step back, like this Creators Lounge right here. You know what I'm saying? There are
This is
people
awesome.
that know how to connect, and they know, you know, what things need to look like, and they know how to do it, right? So if your company doesn't, and you know it needs to be done, reach out and find people and let them do
Right.
it the way that they do it. Go get the experts and have them come in and set it up for you.
You know, and that's a good point too. So that's one of the main reasons why I reached out to you when I was trying to do that virtual tour, because Beloit Memorial High School, they have a high population of black and brown kids. And I don't know if you remember what I said to you, but I was like, dude, I'm not a black person. I cannot talk to these people.
I can't tell.
Like,
You be swagging.
it's the jacket.
Yeah.
This is the second day I wore this in a row, but that's okay. But I can't talk to certain people
Right.
because I don't have the same experiences that they do. And I
True.
think that's important to keep in mind. Not everybody has the same life experiences. So you got to be able to gauge who these kids can connect with
Very true.
and what gets them excited. So TikTok is always a thing that people are, you know, trying to point manufacturers to. I mean, I don't necessarily agree that it might be the best channel for everyone,
Yeah.
but you're using it to, you know, create hype and stuff. So what are these kids actually looking for in terms of where they want to work?
They're looking for places that they can see a culture that fits their lifestyle, and they're looking for places that they matter, right, and they're accepted, right. So I'll back up a little bit. Company social media presence is very important, because just getting on social media doesn't guarantee that you're going to get the results, and you can actually have negative results if you don't have a good social media plan, right? And so I see these manufacturers that might say, hey, Meaghan Ziemba's killing it online, let's get online, or, you know, Drew Crowe's killing it on YouTube, or, you know, TikTok, or whatever it may be, so let's get a TikTok. And, you know, they're putting out content that they know how to shoot, and they're, you know, 60-year-old, you know, nothing against it, but, you know, they're not hip, right? So the
They
kids
try
are
to be hip.
Yeah, and the kids are seeing that, and they're like, oh, I don't want to work for that company, because even though they're out here on social media, they're not doing it right in a way that, you know, they're connecting, and it looks a little bit lame. You know what I'm saying? So definitely get on social media, but have a plan and invest in it in a way that you invest in everything else in your shop, right?
Right. So let's talk about this new American Manufacturing
Yeah.
Renaissance Tour, because you've been putting in a lot of freaking work.
Heck
a
yeah.
lot of work.
Yes.
I don't know how you're still standing. I don't know when you sleep at night. I'm still going to shout out to your wife, because I
Yeah.
feel like she's one of the main reasons you are as successful as you are. And
Amen.
I gotta pay respects to the woman behind the man.
Yeah.
But what is this Renaissance Tour, and why should people care about it?
So this Renaissance Tour is, you know, the answer to a lot of the problems that the industry has been facing, as far as getting the youth excited and knowing what we do, and then helping them get over here, you know. And it kind of started with what we did in Beloit, right? And
Right.
I saw the effect that had, and I saw how the kids really connected with, you know, myself and the other video presentations and the people that you had come in there. And then I saw, you know, the follow-up when it was over. All of them had questions. All of them wanted to get in. All of them sent emails and had questions. How do I connect with this company or get into this industry? And I said, you know, this is what we got to do. This is what we have to continue doing. And I just added on the back end, you know, getting to the manufacturers, right? So this tour is about access and awareness. I go into 18 different cities that have, you know, some of the same problems that manufacturing faces from coast to coast. You know, they left the urban core And now that's where all the workers are populated, and the workers can't get to the jobs, or they don't understand the jobs because the people that have them and want to give them to them don't look like them, or traditionally have been leaving them out, whether that's a black, brown, or women, right?
Right.
And I am making sure that I get out there in front of the people and I bring the trade right to their doorstep, right to their face. And I give it in a way that, they understand and they can see themselves in me, and that makes them connect, and that makes them, feel like that they do belong here. And then their brains just say, hey, I could take everything that I like and put it into manufacturing, and it'll change lives, So
Right.
We are doing the work to go get the people. I feel like I'm Robin Hood. I love it. And I do get tired, but I get passionate and I get energy every time I see a young girl or a young boy that didn't know what they wanted to do, or they felt like they had no options, now know exactly what they want to do and
Yeah.
feel like they have a path and they know exactly how to get there.
That's like the best part, to be honest. So when you did the event back in Beloit, I just remember the reaction coming from some of the black kids. Like
Yeah.
they cried.
Yeah,
You were
yep.
that sense of hope for them,
Yeah.
and it's like, this is what I'm talking about. This is what we need. And then the little girl that was here, just it made her day that we recognized who she was. Her
Yes.
dad got all teary-eyed, and we got to bring that emotion into it. It's not just making products and selling them to people to make money off of it. It's actually bringing back the pride into
Yes.
American-made manufacturing,
Yes.
getting people excited about it, and strengthening our manufacturing foundation again, so we have economic stability and we're not at threat for any international
Right.
international threats. So,
Absolutely.
how do you go about picking your cities, and then what are you looking forward to over the next couple of months?
So I started off with cities that I had a big social media presence in, when you can get your analytics.
Yeah.
And I knew that I would do well in those cities. But then as I got on the road and I started putting out the word and people started seeing the videos, people reached out to me. So there are a lot of manufacturers that want to
Which
do this
shows
work.
there's a need.
Absolutely. And there's a lot of manufacturers that want to do the work. They say, hey, we got a big urban core. There's a lot of black and brown and women people that we need to get these jobs, and we want to have these jobs, and we want to diversify, but we don't know how to do it. We don't know how to reach out, and we've tried to reach out and it didn't work. So they know, hey, let's get an expert. And they call me and I come in and we start having those conversations and we start building those bridges and connecting people and having that ecosystem. And it is, just super rewarding for me, but more rewarding that I know that, the industry is going to get paid, 10 times more because of that conversation that we built. Wichita State University, I have a story. I went there and I spoke, and they
you
had.
said that was your biggest city, so
That
I'm
was the
like,
best
okay,
one.
well,
Yeah.
Beloit's coming up, and that's gonna be better.
We had like 500 kids in the auditorium. It was dope.
I'm
But
gonna get more.
one of the young ladies came to me after the show and she said, hey, I didn't know what I wanted to do, but I knew that I love monster trucks. And she said, now I know that I can design and build and I can, make an engine. I'm going to build my own monster truck and be the first monster truck female champion that built her own car.
That's awesome.
And she can do that, and now she believes she can because she sees all the technology, and that's what, we can build. Another person told me, that he got a job after seeing me, and he was on probation and he couldn't keep a job. He couldn't, work at the place that he was working because it wasn't paying enough for his restitution.
Right.
And then he came and saw me, and now he's in a plant and he's working, 12-hour shifts, 10-hour shifts. He's paying his restitution. He's staying clean and all of that. So it's like, we're not just providing jobs. We're not just helping the industry, but we're helping America. We're helping people stay out of jail. We're helping people, build their families and get their families back. We're helping towns, rebuild their core because now they have more taxpayers. We're dropping recidivism. So we have a whole lot that we can offer as manufacturers, and we just got to get out there and get it to the people.
Right. So what's coming up next for you?
Water.
Water.
So tonight, I'm going to Young Manufacturers Association. It is a group here in Chicago that takes inner city kids and gets them internships and mentorships with
Nice.
plants out here and helps them along their career journey. I'm going to go fire them up. And then me and Project MFG are going to get on the road and promote the show and keep pushing the tour. And then in December and January, I am taking a break. I'm quitting for a little while.
You need to, because
Yeah.
I don't know how you're still surviving, but you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
How can people get in touch with you and learn more about the tour? Because I think that's important. I think they need to know when you're coming to the city and how they can arrange to either bring you in or help collaborate on something with you.
So you can find me on LinkedIn, Andrew Crowe, Crowe. You can also check me out at themfg.com. That's THE/MFG.com. And then you can always, hit up Whitney Crowe or MacKenzie. They are the wind beneath my wings and really keep me tight and keep me going. And then, all across social media, I'll be pushing tour dates and all of that. If you're looking for me to come 2023, gotta tap in soon because that schedule's filling up.
Yeah.
And we got a lot of great things going on. Me and the Department of Defense are going to get out here and do a lot more stuff together. Me and Haas are going to do a tour of all the H-Techs. And we're just going to, get kids in front of this trade, get them in these seats to, go to these schools and be able to afford them and get toolboxes. And, we're going to help you guys get the new talent, skill them up, and have them at these machines and pushing this innovation and creativity and bring back American-made goods, bring back pride in USA-made stuff, and bring our country back.
So I believe your challenge would be what to everyone here at IMTS?
My challenge is do the work. Start doing the work right now. Get off your butt. Put one foot in front of the other, and let's get out here and support creators like me, support creators like Meaghan, support the people that are out here on the streets, putting their feet on the ground and get in front of the kids that you guys need to one day become, your new manufacturing leaders, your HR people, your new buyers, and your new innovators and engineers.
So stop talking about it and be about it, right?
You dig.
You dig. Well, Andrew, thank you again so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. To all those tuning in, make sure you follow Andrew, reach out to him, be a part of the solution, not part of the problem, and stay tuned for more great interviews here at the Creators Lounge. Follow hashtag IMTS 2022 or hashtag We're All Creators. Check you later. Bye.
Hey, yo, Project MFG on YouTube right now. Check us out.
Let's go boom. Let's go boom.
Welcome to the Creators Lounge, the end of day 4. Wowie zowie. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. What a day. So many great stories, so many great connections. I don't even know where to start. So the best place to start is the beginning. We have a new friend, Drew Crowe, our special guest for the wrap up. So here's how it goes. I'm gonna let you know how this goes. Okay. We talk a little bit. We talk a little bit about our day. We talk a little bit about our feelings.
Oh, yes.
Are you ready to talk about your feelings?
I'm ready to cry. Let's get it.
That's why you got your shades on, so
yeah.
you're, man
I'm
can
hiding
cry.
them. I'm hiding them.
It's okay. I'm with you.
I'll shed a thug
Give
tear.
me your hand. We'll do it together.
All right.
So we start. Wow, I almost actually cried. I'm such a good actor, Mitch. So let's go around and let everyone share your highlight of the day. What was a moment that just like flicked your fire? That was just like, whoa, that was so dope. What was your dope moment of the day? Ooh, dope moment of the day. You're going to start, our guest. Let's go.
So the past 2 days, I've been kicking off the student lounge downstairs. And
I've heard such great things.
It's been amazing. And seeing the kids' faces light up and seeing them, come in the morning and not have any idea what any of this stuff is. And then afternoon, they know everything and they want to do everything. And that's the future. And that's, the biggest impact. So that's what gives me energy to do the rest of the stuff for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
It adds. I like to say it adds logs to your heart fire.
Amen.
That's a good way.
Well,
That's a Mary Mary trademark. Awesome, Meaghan Ziemba.
So I'm gonna have to say my dope moment of the day.
I love that dope moment of the
It's
day.
awesome. I appreciate that. Good job.
I appreciate your appreciation.
Good job. Is interviewing Ian and Andrew today. So both guests are just fantastic. I've been friends with both of them for a really long time. I love what Andrew's doing in terms of trying to attract the next generations into manufacturing. And Ian's just a great videographer and photographer. And he was, at one point, not really confident about his skill set, so it took a lot of encouraging, and to see him succeed and thrive and grow is just really, really awesome.
I love that. And something
It's
that
like-
I like to say is all tribe rises together.
Right.
Yes.
Like we lift each other up, we support each other up. I have a saying that like sometimes you are the garden and sometimes you are the gardener in any relationship. Sometimes you need to be water, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and so forth. Drew.
Well, I was gonna hop on there. I heard double dose of dopeness. But Ian, man, I think that was dope too. 2 years ago, I went on a podcast, and Ian was the person taking the pictures, and he actually took a picture of me that I've been using as my headshot for a long time. It's on all the pop-ups out here. So
if you need a
Ian, you're
headshot-
cold. He's dope.
If you need a new headshot, go to Ian's store.
I love your plug voice. Actually, hey Scott, you've never been this quiet in your Scott, are you breathing? Can we get some water for Scott? I don't know. I'm worried. So, dude, yes, give me fist bump. Yeah. Oh, dude, passing by, I was like, is he all right? I was like, I don't know. Oh, this is great. And also, wait, Fabian's staring at me.
He's staring at you.
Is he staring at me or is he
dreamy,
staring at
dreamy,
you?
so dreamy looking at you.
That hair. The hair.
Fabian, I'm seeing someone. And it's you! Oh, because you're looking at me. It's a joke. Great. Anyway, enough of the bits. Let's go. And Wade is just glowing in the corner.
What's up, Wade?
The voice of Okuma in the corner.
in the-
Akuma in the corner. I'm here for this alliteration and these words.
Oh, you got the bars today. You're dropping the bars. Manufacturing mixtape coming up next.
Oh, give me some.
You dig.
We're
Yes.
going to get a whole new meeting to wrap it up.
Yeah.
Mitch.
That's all right.
Mitch, don't hurt him when you slay him.
Yeah.
So what was your dope? I can't even remember what I said. It was such a gem.
Dope
Yeah,
moment of
yeah.
the day.
Thanks, Meaghan
You're
Ziemba.
Well, my double dope moment
Double dope.
was getting, so I had been messaging back and forth with Adele Ratcliffe.
She is incredible.
She is.
She's fantastic.
And she was saying, we got to catch up. And I'm like, yes, we do. In the Creators Lounge.
Boom, 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 boom. Double
so
dope.
that everybody can hear all this dopeness
I was-
that you were working on.
People kept on trying to bother me to do my job, and I was like, I want to listen to this interview. And they're
Yeah.
like, you should go do another. Can you go do this other interview? And I was like, no, because I'm listening to this one.
Yeah.
She's
Adele is an impressive woman that part of the Department of Defense. She's a director of analysis and sustainment for the United States industrial base, thinking about how do we make sure we have a resilient industrial base for our economy to defend ourselves, and the innovation that we need to drive that forward so that we are always at the leading edge. I remember I was at a conference once, and it didn't come from her, but it was a few years back when Leon Panetta was in charge of the Defense Department, and Leon said, he got up on the stage, and there had been some budget cuts around the research and development of defense spending, and Leon wasn't happy about it. And he said, if we don't fix our investment in innovation, we are going to find within a 10-year period our soldiers fighting a fair fight. And if we ever have our soldiers fighting a fair fight, we have failed them. And I was like, wow. So Adele is out there championing the cause, making sure that we're innovating, that we're staying ahead, and we have the resources to produce it. And so I love to elevate her and support her cause at any opportunity that I get.
Again, it's that all tribe rises. I have a saying that I think about in my career as an entrepreneur and infotainment host is I think of it as like you're climbing Mount
Did I
Everest.
hear a new word? Did I hear a new
Yeah,
entrepreneur?
I'm owning it.
She's trademarking it.
Entrepreneur is one of my ones I've
I
used
like
for a
that.
while.
I
Thanks,
like
Mitch
that.
Free.
Yeah.
Because you're climbing Mount Everest, and there's different levels of base camp that you ascend to. And the higher you climb, the fewer people can keep up. The more you must take care of each other because you need your team to get to the summit.
Yeah.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Can I piggyback on Adele? Shout
Yeah.
out to Adele. Adele
Piggyback.
is the reason that I am the host and judge on Project MFG. Shameless plug. Watch us on YouTube right now. Our season just dropped. And I addressed the Department of Defense the day after Russia invaded Ukraine. And that was the question that the Secretary of Defense and the Joint Chiefs asked me. And when I addressed them, as soon as I got off, Adele reached out and she said, you need to be on this TV show.
Listen.
Adele is a woman on a mission.
Listen.
She wants the United States to do exactly what you said, and she won't sleep until it happens. So shout out Adele. Shout out the ecosystem that she's creating for the country. And like you just said, that mountain, we don't reach it without working together. Adele told me success is not a solo sport, and she lives that, and we all embody that.
She's awesome. I'm telling you.
Sick. Success
we
is
were
not a
so
solo
fortunate
sport.
to get her in here today. Yeah.
Which is a great segue to James.
Forget me. I'm just gonna.
No, we need you.
I'm just gonna do this for all of you.
Don't drop that mic. Oh, you did drop that mic.
I need a little bit of a mic drop in
Checked our
here.
equipment.
So I'm feeling about like this whole so we're all talking about what's dope, and I've been in the game for a bit, and I was born in the Boogie Down Bronx, so this is very nice to be like feeling like I'm back home. So my parents came up through the projects, but I got to live a great life in manufacturing.
Let's go.
My father went to work when it was dark, and he came home when it was dark. 42 years in manufacturing. I worked my way through college on the plant floor. My sister became an industrial engineer.
Let's go.
Thomas, when Google was forming, they're saying, hey, we need to go from print to digital as an industrial directory. We need people with your type of DNA that were born industrial, raised digital, to come in here. And I
Born
saw
industrial, raised digital. That's I just want to.
I had a VIC 20. I coded. I did all that stuff.
Talk that talk.
I had my Atari, and so I think this Gen X generation that's coming up, we truly have been through that digitization. We've had to live it so we can relate to our children, and now we're running the show. And why I'm telling my testimony here is because I don't see what's in this room. I don't see a Puerto Rican that a family came in through the Bronx and through the tenements out here running a 4-time Inc. fastest growing company focused on the manufacturing sector. Woo! So I don't say that a lot because it's not about chest pumping, but there's a kid out there somewhere. There's someone out there in business that's aspiring to do something. When you see a problem in the market, marketing was missing, mismanaged, misunderstood in the manufacturing sector. We created it. We launched Manufacturing Day. That logo, that brand, that movement from 0 to 2,000 manufacturers opening their doors.
Wow.
Hundreds of thousands of people coming in there. And what we're all doing here is trying to do something that makes an impact.
Right.
Because all this stuff we're talking about is about how do we make an impact? What is our body of work? At the end of the day, it's not the money. It's none of this stuff. It's about what are the people you've made better for having known and worked with you.
We gotta raise everybody
And
up.
so
Oh my
that's,
God.
you know, this is the recap of IMTS. This is a recap of the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. And, you know, Drew being here, Meaghan doing what you're doing, Mary, bringing in fresh perspective, purposely said, we want someone that comes in fresh, clear, doesn't have any biases, does nothing of the segment, you know, traditionally. And man, she's now truly become an industrial. And by definition, what that means is a person engaged in industry. Literally, you look it up.
Right.
Yeah.
So you can be an industrial. We are all industrials, and that's why we called our business
It's
industrial.
on my vest.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I'm kinda
And Mitch,
jealous of your vest.
and the beautiful thing about where we are today is you make good friends that last a lifetime. We were just talking about that, right? And Mitch is actually on our advisory board, and he's been there through tough times.
No,
you
you're
know, and he's
not.
been there to say, hey, you can build this great organization. So we're going to, you know, we may not always do things together, but we will always be friends. We will always be friends here at IMTS in the manufacturing sector. So let's go get it.
Let's
do
go
it.
get
All
it,
right, back to
baby.
back. Drew, I want to know your story, man. Like, what's your story?
You got like 5 hours.
Give them the short
yeah,
Let's
yeah.
run it through the filter.
Yeah,
Let's
so
get the.
St. Louis, Missouri, you know, #1 crime rate in the world. I was 18, 2 felonies, 2 kids. I went to prison, took an aptitude test. Somebody said, yo, you could be a machinist. Had no idea what it was. Walked into a plant at the height of the recession.
Yeah.
Nobody could find jobs. There were no good paying jobs, but they hired me on the saw at $19 an hour. And I came in third shift. I saw machines for the first time, and I became a kid again. My mind just exploded. But I didn't see anybody that looked like me. So I wanted to learn this trade, and I had to fight to learn. And I first went to the Bridgeports, and the old Polish guy, you know, I bought him donuts and coffee, and I dodged his wrenches when, you know, he got mad at me. And I just took notes, and I just filled up notebooks, learned the manuals, and then I did the same with the CNC, and then G-code, and then conversational, and then, you know, CAD CAM, and then eventually went to MIT and became a professor of the local community college, and, you know, started pulling kids in and going out and finding resources to make sure that they could pay for school, they could get toolboxes, and they could see these careers, you know. So I've been working with the felons, I've been working with the women, I've been working with, you know, black and brown people, and, you know, working with businesses that have that on their heart and just don't know how to connect, and showing them, hey, this is how you recruit and retain the next generation. And, you know, Forbes article, I got a documentary, obviously the TV show, and just life is doing well, man. So hopefully I can continue to be the conduit, and hopefully IMTS 2024, you know, there's 10 Drew Crowes and there's 10 MacKenzies, and, you know, we're all doing this thing. There's a bunch more Sotos, and we're doing our thing.
A bunch more Sotos.
Yeah.
Let's imagine.
I don't know. My
Wait,
team's like, I don't know about that.
I imagine like it's an egg carton and you open it up and you're like, I'm a Soto, I'm a Soto. I'm cracked already.
Yeah, but the
Love
2.0
that.
version of us, man. So
No, for sure.
we could do that, man.
But the
well,
thing
that's
about
inspiring,
Andrew
Drew.
is the thing about Andrew
you.
is he's talking to the youth like no one else is talking to them, and that's why I'm always like a huge advocate of his. He knows what gets them excited. He's that light of hope for them, and that's why I always try to collaborate with him as much as I possibly can.
Absolutely.
I loved the word that you. Thank you for asking that. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for speaking from your heart.
Yeah.
I love the word conduit because I think about that as I'm doing my craft. I am a vessel for inspiration. And I'm gonna segue. Well, because I feel like this could be a we could be here for hours, but we only have a couple more.
I gotta go talk to some kids.
I know, right? You're like, I'm so freaking charged up. So I have a fun segment that I like to end the day with. It's so fun because this segment is evolving each time because as a professional improviser, an infotainment host, I read
And
the room
entrepreneur.
and entrepreneur and all the hashtaggery. It's evolving all the time. So,
I'm
but
scared.
I am inspired. The question of the day for our recap is, if you could invent a robot, what would it do and why? I believe Meaghan and I actually already.
Oh, you want me to go first?
I do, because I like your idea a lot.
So
Is it the one we talked about or something
this
different?
is probably not of value at all, except during IMTS. So I'm seeing a bunch of people walking by with beers in their hand, and I'm like, where the hell are they getting the beer from?
Right.
Because I like beer, you know. So I thought it would be great for one of those companies that likes to do automation and create robotics to maybe program a beer delivering beer. So while they're at the show,
Beer
they have
delivering
the,
bot.
yeah.
You said beer delivering beer.
Oh, thank you.
But I'm a
It's been
translator.
It's been a long day.
You're doing great.
Thank you for
Got
your
your back.
translation. I thought a branded robot traveling around the trade show floor saying, hey, have a beer, come to our booth, would be a great promo piece, as well as a great
Treat.
robot. Yeah,
Absolutely.
great treat.
So yeah.
Or cookies. too.
Silly
It
or
could be cookies.
serious, whatever you like.
I think that's dope.
What
And
about you? What bot would you make?
sticking with Megan's theme, I can't feel my legs right now because I've been walking,
I
to
know,
see
that's-
sponsors
I
and to see all these
know.
different booths. And I would probably build a, not a full robot, but like a mech suit that can go over your legs and walk for you, and take some of these miles off of my knees and my ankles and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, I can go hit some dance moves with my wife at the club.
Can I offer a modification that they also have a compression boot opportunity too?
That would be dope.
Okay.
Let's make it.
Hashtag we were all creators. Hashtag
Yeah.
IMTS 2022. Gentlemen, what bot would you make?
As I'm thinking about, show coming to an end, getting ready to go home, it'd be great if we had like a robot that could pack and unpack our luggage.
Oh,
I love that you went ooh and I went
yeah. I hate folding clothes.
I'm telling you, you just get the folding
clothing.
robot.
Oh man, I'll be the first buyer.
I'm telling you,
Yeah.
with a steamer, right?
Yes, of course.
Built-in steamer into the
Yes.
end effector, so it pulls it out when you're unpacking, holds it up, steams it, puts it in the
Oh,
closet.
I've gotten so
Little
many.
starch.
I've gotten so
Yeah.
many burns from like steaming because even though I know that it's hot and you're like trying to get the right angle and it's yeah.
And you don't want to drop it like it's hot.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
Well
Love
played,
that.
Mitch.
Yes, well played, Mitch Free. I love saying both your names, Mitch Free.
I think
James.
I'm just gonna bite someone else's robot. I want to see Optimus. I want to see Tesla's Optimus.
Yeah.
I want to be inspired by real humanoid robots like setting up a colony on Mars. I want to see robots out there in 20 years out there taking care of my mother. I want to see like
Wow.
how does that change humanity? How does that change how we work? To the extent that we're automated, I'm just like excited about the future. And
Yeah.
how does that free up humanity to be like creative?
Yeah.
Like, because imagine we get that time back with our family. If we could be like living in an age of abundance, like how does that look?
Abundance.
Like
one of my
I'm
favorite
excited
words.
about the
I love that
future,
word.
man. And I want to see like what like if we're freed up from like repetitive labor, are we like I'm gonna ride my bike more. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna do something like that. So I'm just excited about the future, and I'm not afraid of it because honestly, like every second I can get with my family is
Right.
like you only get this much time.
Yeah.
Amen.
You act like we got all this time. You lose that second, that's gone, and it's less left. And I think that's for me what I want to see. Like, how can we use all this technology at IMTS and throughout all of manufacturing, all the innovation, engineering is creating things that never existed before to change the world for the better. And I embrace optimists. I want to see that happen because I think it's going to free us up for some really important things, and it's going to be like what's most important.
Ooh-wee. Wow.
I'm glad he didn't go first.
What
What?
kind of
I'm
robot?
glad he didn't go first. I
Yeah.
wouldn't follow that.
Right? What kind of
So
robot would I?
intellectual.
Yeah, Mary
So-
didn't answer the question.
He's a big
The
Tesla
first, the one
fan,
that
too.
comes to mind. So, as a professional actor in the in the recovering from Rona, it's really hit our industry so hard. The first one that comes to mind is a self-tape bot. So, a bot that has like pops in like 3-point lighting, audio, or like a voiceover booth bot. So I can go anywhere and do anything because it takes so much time for me to set up an audition. So that would bring me a lot of ease and convenience, and for a lot of my fellow actors around the world. So yeah, I'm imagining like it folds out or something.
Are you engineering on me?
Like a
Are you
selfie bot.
engineering?
Maybe my dad. I am the daughter of an engineer. So
I'm telling
it
you,
is
it's
in my
addicting
double
once you get
helix.
involved
But I
in
do
the
think they
sector.
have drones
It's
that
so
will follow you
addicting.
and video you, right?
Ooh, a drone, a self-tape drone. That
They
would be.
do.
Oh, there she is. Hi. Great. Okay, so I know this is so fun being in this creative fishbowl. Okay, so we're short on time, but I want to get to tomorrow. What are you excited about? What are you delighted about? What's happening day 5 for you, IMTS 2022?
Tomorrow I'm on the main stage.
Yes, you
morning
are.
With Mitch. So I'm excited.
Yes, you are.
I thought that was today.
Are you gonna wear that shiny jacket and show
I
me
might.
up?
I just might.
Yeah.
do.
I mean, come on. Okay.
Yeah, I thought that was today, but it's actually tomorrow. Hi, how are you doing? Hi. Hello.
What up, bro?
Hi, how are you doing?
And then I got a couple interviews tomorrow, but I'm really excited to just have some time to walk around the show floor and take some pictures and video because I haven't had time to do that really. So
I really think you should go over to the lunar. So freaking cool.
I'm gonna do that now that I saw that
I know.
your head was inserted in that environment. That's pretty
Actually,
cool.
guys, I got promoted to international representative correspondent on the lunar base. So subtle flex. It's NBD. NBD. Drew, what are you excited about tomorrow?
I too have a main stage. And number 2, I get to showcase a friend of mine who I met through AMT and IMTS, Dr. Anome Scott Mekpo.
That man is
who
fantastic.
Designed a new alloy. I call him Tony Stark, the real life Tony Stark. He designed an alloy that is 800 times stronger, more heat resistant, and lighter than Inconel 718, and perfected the process to 3D print it. He's currently licensing that to the Air Force, and he is just an amazing person, and he comes from the same background as me, and he's a black man, so I can't wait to showcase him on stage and show that innovation and creativity comes from everywhere. That's my logo. I got on my shirt. Genius is equally distributed, but opportunity is not. And he's a great example of when we have a genius and give them opportunity, what can happen and how it can help. Like you said, give our soldiers an advantage, give everybody an advantage. So, if that brain wouldn't have been found and that brain wouldn't have been given the opportunity, we wouldn't be talking about this right now. So,
Oh, I can't handle. I'm so inspired. I don't know how to human. I need a bot to help me process all my feelings.
she caught the manufacturing bug.
Yeah.
I really didn't know. It's funny.
You created an industrial. That's what I'm saying.
That's what my mom said. I was sending her pictures, and she was like, "You've been geeked," and I was like, "And I love it." Yes, James. Well, I know I'm converted. I mean, I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere. Mitch.
I have got a couple of great interviews tomorrow. I'm not going to spill the details on those at this moment, but stay tuned for those.
Secret.
And then I've still got a lot of the show I've not visited yet, and there's a lot of stuff to discover. I want to get over to the additive manufacturing section.
I was over there.
There's just cool innovations.
I literally had to tear myself away to get here.
Yeah.
I was like,
it's
I
really
don't
good
want
stuff.
to go. I want to see the stuff.
Want to get over there. Spend some more time in the software section. Lots of productivity tools and things. And so, really, for me, tomorrow is going to be the day that I want to get out and I want to like just go in places and dive deep on some things, and really get an understanding of some innovations and how I can actually use them in my shop.
I love that because you really sunk your teeth into the software sandwich.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that for you.
Yeah, it's better than eating hardware.
Oh, I love how we are sharing our superpowers.
Yeah.
I feel like some of my comedy sparkles are rubbing on. Oh, and yours. Oh, look at that.
Speaking of sparkles.
that was amazing. I love it.
Meaghan Sparkle.
Oh, Meaghan Sparkle. Also, yeah, James.
Yes.
What do you? You just immediately
What's
said,
up?
yeah. What are you excited about for
Oh, my
tomorrow,
goodness.
day 5, IMTS 2022?
You know, I'm just excited for this crew. You know, when you do something and you come up with an idea, you know, being a creator, you know, this was 60 days out. There wasn't even a logo for this thing. You know, forget about a booth or a production team. We launched Industrial Studios in the middle of this. Tell, you know, the next story. So the industrial evolution and revolution. And, you know, and I think when the team came together, this was like, what are we doing? Last minute. And I said, you know what, we got to set a goal to get through this. So, you know, this is like, you know, tomorrow will be day 6 of 7. And I just want to make sure we, like, at the end of this, maybe we cry a little bit, maybe we give a hug. We all come out as friends. So
You give really good hugs, by the way.
Yeah, I'm a hugger,
Yeah.
for sure. And
He's got major panda
yeah,
energy.
this is they call me Panda now.
Yeah.
So
we decided at dinner last night.
So that's what I'm looking forward to. Just more of, like, you know, all these people here have been working for months and months and months, if not year and a half, putting this all together. And all the people who are on this floor right now, who are tired, who've been working to feed their families, have worked hard. And that's kind of my heart and spirit for tomorrow, is to honor and celebrate and recognize all the men, women, children, families, everybody that have worked so hard to get these companies to this point. And I just want to see that, and I want to see the people. And this is, you know, and keep our team together, because we still got a few days to go, guys. We'll make it. We'll make it through Saturday out there.
Gonna get through
Let's go do it.
this. Am I gonna get through this? Scott? No, your goatee looks fabulous. Do you have anything that you want to add? Okay, Fabian. Oh, I love you too. Wait. No, I know you did sell a lot of your equipment. I can see the sold signs. No, I'm not. I don't want to buy anything. I'm not in. Well, okay, send me. We'll talk. So that's a recap from our friends. Thank you so much. A treat and a delight to share space with you,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you, guys.
And I love you guys. You know
Love
that.
you.
I don't
Love
need
you.
to, you know, right?
Love you.
And Justin on the camera. Just all of this amazing team, this amazing crew, and all of you for tuning into with above all the prepositions. We're creating this content for you. We want you. We are sharing. We are extending ourselves to you so that you can be here and be inspired, and to know that we are all creators. Share your thoughts, your feelings, your ideas. Hashtag we are all creators. Hashtag IMTS 2022. Thank you so much for being with us at this amazing event, and we will see you tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Ooh-wee.